Hey, Lisa.
Hey there, I'll make you a co-host right now.
Thanks. Hi, Doug. You're on mute.
Hey there, I'll make you a co-host right now.
Thanks. Hi, Doug. You're on mute.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks.
All right, good. You're all set on the technology, everything else?
Yeah, I think we're good. We at least was kind enough to do a little dry run earlier in the week.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
Lisa, you're sharing the screen with the deck, is that right?
I'll share my deck when I take over.
If you want me to, I can, for the rules.
Well, I mean, I think it's fine right now. You've got we will begin at 9:50, so I think we'll leave that up for now.
Okay.
And maybe when I start at 9:50, you could just flick, if you could just go to the rules page that Phil had up yesterday, I can do that. I can
Okay.
just do the reminder.
Will do.
My sound and pictures okay for you, Doug? It's coming through all right?
Yeah, I can see you just fine. I can hear you just fine.
Okay, good.
Are you at home in London?
Yeah, at home in London.
Okay.
We did face-to-face teaching this past week.
Oh, you did? How did that go?
It was exec ed, so second program we've had back up and running, and small group size, lots of distance, but it went well.
Now, I saw, I think yesterday, that Boris Johnson is saying they're expecting a second wave there. Are they going to impose more restrictions again, which may reverse that? I mean, the in-person teaching? Or it's unclear.
I think it's possible. I think the restrictions seem to be more on restaurants and pubs, but the political will, the elementary and high schools are back in full class size. I don't think there's a lot of will to take kids out of school.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, but it will mean things spread, I think. So it'll probably look a little more like the Swedish model, if I had to guess.
I think the Swedish model is pretty much nothing, right? No restrictions.
Yeah. Well, it's masks in public places and shops. That's sort of the mandatory thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Jim, I'll take your preference on this, but I think we're scheduled to start at 9:50 a.m. our time.
Yep.
It's not going to take me 10 minutes to do this. So, in my view, I could, essentially start you then a few minutes early.
Mm-hmm.
And, what I would plan to do is probably still limited to an hour.
Okay.
I could alternatively, give you the full time up to 11 a.m. Central Time. I don't know whether you think the extra time is a plus or a minus. So
um,
I
yeah, I certainly think for the organizers to put a few extra minutes into the schedule is always useful. So I'm happy to do an hour and also start a few minutes early would be fine. I guess maybe as the editor, the prerogative can be yours. If there's lots of useful questions still coming in and you'd like to keep going the couple minutes longer, feel free.
Yeah, I mean, let's play it by ear a little bit. And, if you're, if it seems like you could use a few more minutes to get through your findings and present a conclusion and so on, then I'll do that. Um, and I think I will also, I want to make sure you get through the presentation, and I also want to make sure you have a few minutes to wrap up. And so I'm not going to allow questions in the last couple minutes.
Okay.
So I think I'll give you, 3 or 4 minutes at least at the end to wrap things up. But let's play it by ear a little bit.
That sounds good. Thanks.
Hey Doug, hey Hans, hey James, Mark.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad. So sad that everyone's didn't get a chance to come to London this year. Would have loved welcoming you a couple months ago.
I know.
Well, hopefully next year.
Yeah, I hope so.
How much longer do you have in the dean's office, Doug?
I guess that's an open question. It has not been specified, but my hope is it will be shorter rather than longer. But this is being recorded, so I'm being careful about what I say.
Do you have a sense for how much of an effect, say, the pandemic is having on fundraising at the university level, at the booth level?
Well, I think it's, again, this is a fully public forum, so I'm going to be quite careful. I think it would be different for Booth, maybe compared to other schools. And, I really don't know because, this is what Miao manages rather than me.
I see.
Morning, everybody. Jim, looking forward to your workshop.
Hey, Ed, welcome. Thanks. I can only thank Doug for inviting me, but happy to be here.
You should thank him after the workshop, assuming it goes well.
We'll thank him for the opportunity no matter what.
Morning, Doug. How are you?
Morning. I'm not entirely sure who that was, but
Oh, sorry. It's Ed DeHaan here.
I thought it was you. I just wasn't entirely sure.
Yeah, sometimes Zoom doesn't do a great job of putting the speaker front and center.
I'm feeling very nostalgic with all these familiar faces and names in a participant list instead of just being able to say hi, shake your hand.
Yeah, it's a very different world. But as you said, let's hope we can get back to something closer to normal sooner rather than later.
I think the days of handshaking are going to be gone for another year or two at least.
Yes. I think that's right. I mean, who knows? Lisa, if you wouldn't mind sharing the instructions again, please. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the JAR conference. I think that things went well yesterday. We got some good positive feedback. Obviously, we're in a very different environment to what we usually would, but again, we will just make the best of this. I think there are some advantages to doing this virtually. As Christian mentioned yesterday, we can have the comforts at home, including our coffee. And, perhaps more importantly, I think the chat feature was really a nice addition in the sense of being able to provide feedback to the authors in a way that doesn't interrupt the flow. Let me just begin by reminding you of the protocols that we had yesterday. And I think Lisa is putting this back on the screen right now. So a number of protocols that we will again follow and worked well yesterday. First of all, stay muted. If you're going to ask a question, stay muted until you are called on, then unmute yourself, ask your question, and then allow the response, and then mute yourself again and lower your hand, please. Once again, we'll give the presenter 5 minutes uninterrupted to begin with. And in addition, I will manage the flow of questions. So, please raise your hand, and, at my discretion, I will call on people, generally in the order that their hands are raised. With that, I will just welcome you again to day 2 of the JAR conference. I think we can probably go ahead with the first presentation. Doesn't hurt to have a little bit of extra time. So let me introduce Jim Ryans from London Business School. He's also co-author Yanja. Is that how her name is pronounced?
Very close, Yanya. There she is.
All right. Welcome to both of you, and we look forward to your presentation. So please go ahead, Jim.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Doug. I'll just share my screen here. All right, is everyone seeing that okay?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, perfect. Just organize this. First of all, Yanya and I would really love to thank Doug and the other editors of JAR for inviting us. This was a great opportunity. And in particular, Doug and the anonymous referee, who I'm hoping is in the room, have really given us some valuable feedback. As you know, the topic of the conference for junior and untenured faculty kind of made this an interesting place to submit this work. I was maybe 2 years out of Berkeley finishing my PhD, just arrived at London Business School, and Yanya is at Humboldt University in Berlin working on her PhD, and she kind of reached out through a friend of a friend because she knew that I did some work on a few areas that overlap on this, and asked if I'd like to start a project with her on activist short sellers. Yanya, who is also on the market this year, by the way, so knowing that it's a tough year, please meet her if you have an opportunity to do that. So we had spent a few years collecting data, because this is something of a labor-intensive project. We, as you see, I threw up a few headlines, just so we're setting the stage for what we're talking about here. More and more, we see activist short sellers making very, active, high-profile allegations against firms, obviously to profit from the resulting price decline. And we're seeing it, with bigger and bigger firms. Just over the last few months, we've had Wirecard in Germany was a large one, which was not in our sample because it was European, and we are focusing on US firms. But even just one that came up last week, I think is an interesting topic to set the stage. So I won't, this isn't a comment on Nicola's effective or ineffective handling of being targeted by an activist, or on the quality of the activist report. But this really illustrates the point of our study is what does a firm do when an activist targets you? And so on September 10th, I've thrown up a little stock price chart here. Just before the open in the morning on the 10th, the activist Hindenburg Research put out a report on their website and through Twitter, alleging that, in their words, Nicola is an intricate fraud. And then they proceed to make a bunch of allegations about the statements that the firm has made in the past, a product video, various other conflicts of interest, et cetera. And as the stock opened that morning, it opened down quite a bit and finished the day 11% lower. So this was a reasonably successful, in a way, almost an average return of a report in our sample would look like this. Clearly, then, management and the board of directors is under huge pressure to respond to this. And so much later in the day, 1:30 a.m. in the morning, before the next day stock opened for trading, Trevor Milton tweets out a tweet that I've been working on a rebuttal to this report for the last 14 hours. We'll get something to you before the stock opens for trading tomorrow, which is in fact today already, but later today. And he does right after trading. They don't quite make the 9 a.m. deadline. They get a couple tweets out at 9:01 and a press release where they said, our lawyers have told us to kind of hold off on providing a lot of detail at this point. But they do some of the things that we describe in our paper. So they do issue a press release. They do sort of make points that question the activist's credibility. They don't directly threaten to sue, but they've involved a law firm. And so there's sort of hints that a lawsuit might happen. They do note that they've referred the report to enforcement authorities. So there's this other aspect to it. And in general, they disagree with the report, but they really haven't had time to disagree in specific detail, which we'll talk about has risk. If they do disagree in specific detail, and they are in fact incorrect in those denials, this can open up the firm to additional liability. So responses here are costly. And if I just have a couple minutes to get this started here to just present what we're trying to do in a nutshell, I think with that kind of lead in, I've explained a bit about why we think this is an important topic. And really in the last 10 years has activist short selling taken off in terms of volume. It has been around for a while, but sort of more with the advent of internet and ease of publication and distribution, it has become a much bigger business than it has at any time in the past. We find that of the activists in our sample, and we include activists in the sample because they are likely to be credible ex ante. Obviously, these days, anyone can put up an opinion on Seeking Alpha or Twitter. So to get it to a manageable sample, we do need credible activists to form the baseline of the sample. We find that a significant number of firms do respond. 31% of firms respond. And the type of responses that we categorize them making are things like we've seen Nicola do, make public denials. In some cases, they'll provide additional disclosure. So, for example, if you have an argument about an accounting problem, a firm might issue an accounting analysis to explain why they think what they're doing is done correctly. They can disparage the activist. If you say the activist doesn't know what they're talking about and they're just wrong, then this should have an effect of reducing the market's reliance on the activist's opinion. They threaten and file lawsuits against the activist. So this has a significant number of implications for both the activist and the firm itself. And maybe the thing that we find is most important is this concept of disclosing that the firm is undertaking an internal investigation, which if you've been following Wirecard at all, as that investigation was completed, basically discovered that the activists had been largely correct and there was in fact fraud at the firm. So when you announce this internal investigation, there can be serious outcomes to following through with it. We find, there's some mixed results in the study. In addition to what we see firms do, we find that there are kind of mixed incentives for many of the disclosures where the allegations could be true or false, or the firm could agree or disagree with the activist and still make those disclosure choices. But in particular, the internal investigation decision is one that seems to lend itself most particularly to where the firm either knows or suspects or is highly uncertain about the state of the firm and therefore thinks that the activists' allegations are credible. And so we do find a lot of negative outcomes when firms announce that they're going to do internal investigations as a result of the activist report. And so this, in terms of literature, what this adds to, obviously, literature on activist short sellers. There has not been an examination in our finding of how managers decide what to do when they're targeted. There is literature about the capital market effects of activists. There is some literature about when activists sue, if they're able to alter, cause short squeezes and things like that. But there, to our knowledge, hasn't been something about the decision to disclose and how that disclosure relates to major firm outcomes, such as delistings, enforcement actions, and things of that nature. So if you want to start asking questions, I think that's sort of the initial result. I will say, just to make you aware of some caveats, that we're not claiming here what we're doing is really a causal setting. There's no inference that if you decide to do an internal investigation, that will have made you cause the fraud. This is really an observational study and what we can learn from the decisions that we observe. And another caveat is that truth is something that's very hard to define in this space. If an activist makes 15 allegations, many of which are opinion, deciding on the truth at the end of the day or being able to observe the truth is very difficult. So this is the setting that we're in. I think I see Mark Maffett has a question already. Would you like me to, Doug, ask people to speak, or do you want to take care of that?
You can track it, but I'm happy to track it so that you can be paying attention to the content. So yeah, I see a question first from Mark Maffett.
Hi, James.
And then Dan Taylor.
Great.
So
Thanks. Hi, Mark. How are you?
Good. I thought it was really interesting. I've been doing a little bit of work on activism myself. I know a lot less about short activism, but what surprised me, and it really wasn't the way the paper was pitched. I mean, you kind of even at the initials said that a lot of firms respond to activists with 31%. I was really surprised at how few firms respond to activists in this setting. And that to me really seemed like the most surprising finding in the paper. I guess my prior was that it would have been a lot higher, but what you find seems to be very persistent in that regard. And so I just maybe get more context for kind of what you were expecting, or it seems like you thought that was a fairly large number. I would have thought that it might have been even higher than that, but it seems like the persistent fact is that they think it's better to sort of ignore these campaigns and kind of hope it goes away.
Yeah, Mark, that's an excellent point. I don't know that we actually had a whole lot of priors. I'll tell you, when I first started talking with Yanya about doing this paper, I would say my opinions of what was likely to happen came largely from having met and dealt with a number of activist short sellers. And I would have thought from that perspective that they can make pretty serious allegations and a lot of firms would probably respond to it. As I've been working on this, I've joined a couple public company boards, and from my experience with that, I would say there's a lot of institutional imperative to discuss things with lawyers and don't jump to conclusions, and be careful about what you say. And in particular, when you're in a setting where what you say will clearly be expected to impact stock prices, an error or an omission in connection with something that will move a securities price immediately puts you into securities fraud territory. And so I think there's maybe more than what I would have expected of an impetus to be quiet. Which in some ways makes it, so if the number is 31%, the number is 31%, but maybe that 31% that does speak becomes a very important subset of the firms. And if they've decided to kind of go against the advice of counsel or not seek the advice of counsel, what can we learn from that decision? And I think maybe the Nicola one is interesting in that case because they did say there was 14 hours had passed. But it is an executive that seems to have quite a public Twitter persona and is quick to tweet, and then was maybe dialed back a bit after speaking more with the lawyers. So I don't know if that helps answer.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think that would have been useful to just get some more of that discussion in the paper because I didn't really, there wasn't as much of that. I think that would be interesting to have some more of that in there to explain the lack of response rate or why those firms don't respond.
Yeah, I'll try to talk. I'm sure we'll get to it. I have a slide discussing what I think are the three main scenarios and kind of the incentives in those scenarios. And there is a little bit of a discussion on the non-disclosure incentive in each scenario. But I agree. Janya, please make sure you take notes here and we'll see if we can beef that up if it's not coming through about that non-disclosure decision is clearly a critical one. Thanks.
Okay, I think Dan Taylor, why don't you go ahead, Dan, please?
So my comment is similar to Mark's. I thought the paper had some really interesting evidence in it, and I'm also kind of surprised that you don't see litigation in way more cases, right? So I follow Muddy Waters, for example, on Twitter,
yeah,
and they're just tweeting every other week, basically accusing a company of fraud. And the only reason I haven't gone on CNBC and accused Elon Musk of fraud is because I imagine I would get sued. So
you are broadcasting publicly now, Dan.
So why aren't they suing the short sellers? Like, what's the legal environment that the short sellers feel that they can just post these accusations of fraud without lawsuit?
Yeah, let me jump to that because I think in doing this paper we've learned a lot about the incentives of that situation, and we may fill in the gaps later, but now is as good a time as any to get to it. With lawsuits, I think let's say let me put a couple slides up here. This is the decision framework, and I think this will get to where we're at your decision point about should I sue or not sue. So I expect we'll spend some time on this slide, but if I briefly take you through to your litigation question, in the first time, right, this in your example, Muddy Waters, they've researched a firm, they've decided that they think there's some credible allegations of fraud there, and they publish their report. In this case, maybe it's accurate or maybe it's inaccurate because a lawsuit would certainly allege that the activist is lying. And so we want to have potential in this model that the activist is not telling the truth. And this Benabou and Laroque model that I refer to in the subheading here, this is the case where this analyst could profit from a lie if they have a track record and their lie will move the market. There's no reason why they might not just try to capitalize on their track record, tell a lie, profit from the false report. And this is where you really think this is where the company should sue, right? But what happens is, so the market will react. Presumably it goes down in this case because it's a short report. And the target firm gets to observe Muddy Waters' report. They get to observe that the stock price went down. And now they have to think, what are my options for trying to get my stock price back up, which is the loss they're trying to avoid or reverse. And so if they think Muddy Waters is lying, that's the half of the page on the top here, kind of the red coded things. They have to decide to respond or not. And if they decide to respond, one of the options is litigation. Now, the firm may not be certain that Muddy Waters is correct or not. Depending on what level of the business the fraud lies, maybe it's with the CEO, maybe it's further down with managers, they might not quite be sure. If you litigate, you will open the firm up to discovery. And so Muddy Waters will get into your books and be able to see your emails and see evidence of a potential fraud. On the other hand, you might scare them away, right? The cost of a lawsuit might cause them to recant their story. And, you know, especially in America, in most states, you have legislation that can make the activists dismiss lawsuits fairly fast if they craft their report in a way that's more opinion and that wouldn't even be libelous or slanderous, even if it was proven true. An opinion can't really be grounds for that type of lawsuit. So it's a very nuanced thing. And I think you could see something like litigation also happen where you believe they're true. You might just try to bully them into going away by litigating, because the cost of litigating for a small activist could be extreme. It could bankrupt them just trying to defend themselves in such a case. And so Muddy Waters is an interesting one because they are lawyers, right? Carson Block is a lawyer. I don't think he's afraid of litigation. And so I think he projects a persona that, like, sue me if you want, I'll take care of you, which has its own strategic game to it, that maybe a firm won't sue him because he could be a very expensive target to go after. So in one hand, what you're bringing up makes inferences difficult in this setting, because it's not only complicated, but there are conflicting motives either way. If you're innocent or guilty, you might sue for different reasons. Sorry, that was a bit rambling. I'll try to keep it on point next time.
So Jim, since you've got the framework up here, it may make sense for you to talk through this framework more generally,
yeah.
And then, we'll revert to a couple more questions I see with people with hands up.
Yeah, thanks. So the timing of the moves and the information is what this chart aims to show. And this is just an adaptation of figure 1 back in the paper. At the very first stage, like I said, the activist observes a signal, and we're really just going to say, is the signal high or low for argument's sake, and assume that the company is trading at high, right? So if the activist observes a low signal, they've got a whistleblower, their investigators found fraud, they'll publish a report to that effect. If they're accurate, they would publish an accurate report. If they decide to distort, they could decide to restore. But either way, they'll put out a report that says low value. In step 2, the market observes the report and has a chance to react. It either does react with a negative return or it doesn't. And the target firm gets to observe this reaction and the activist's report, and does their own investigation as to whether the activist report is accurate. But the firm itself, as I said to Dan, doesn't necessarily have perfect information. Will, to simplify, think that they either believe the activist is wrong, they'll disagree with the activist, or they might agree with the activist, but it'll be a noisy signal. So even if they think the activist is wrong, there is probably some probability that the activist is in fact correct. Okay, so depending on this agreement or disagreement, they then make the response decision. And they do it based on the credibility of the report and the stock price response, which can help reinforce that opinion of credibility. So in either case, whether they agree or disagree, they could choose not to respond. This is potentially a valid option, which is the option we see in 69% of cases. If they choose to respond, no matter whether they agree or disagree, we'll see that there's the same set of disclosure options. And we empirically observe this. We certainly know from some prior literature that target firms litigate, that target firms make hostile disclosures. But we wanted to take this complete set of activist reports and try to catalog everything we could see that they do. And it falls largely into these bins. Deny or disclose additional information, make hostile remarks about the activist. So you're trying to reduce the activist credibility in the eyes of the market. You can litigate, which we mean sue or threaten to sue. And then we observe this announcement of conducting an internal investigation. That one in particular has some interesting ramifications that I'd just like to put out there up front. Under Sarbanes-Oxley, and usually under state law, so we'll be talking Delaware, because I'm sure most of these firms would be incorporated in Delaware, the officers and directors have an obligation to investigate credible accusations of malfeasance within the firm. They don't have to announce that investigation, but they should do it to the extent that they're not certain that the allegations are wrong. So an incredible accusation you don't have to do anything about, but if it's credible, you're obligated to do it. And then presuming that the allegations might be about the CEO's conduct, then it would result in the board having to do an investigation of the CEO themselves. And one of the main benefits of doing that investigation, so not only is it required, but it gives them information that they can then submit to regulators and enforcement authorities to minimize penalties and liability for the board itself. So if there's accusations of fraud at a firm and they do their own internal investigation and hand the results over to the authority, they're basically guaranteed to have the lowest possible penalties rather than if they were caught by the regulator doing their own independent evaluation. Finally, step 4, just to button this down, in theory, in step 4, we learn the truth. The truth being whether or not the reports were correct. We never learn whether either the analyst or the company lied. We only know if they're correct or not. In practice, we may in fact, well, first of all, in practice, we may never observe the truth, right? The accusation could also be an opinion, and so the truth might always be a fuzzy concept. And oddly enough, in other cases, we might ultimately learn if management or the activist lied, because in discovery or in court, the authorities could potentially find emails or phone recordings of actual intent to lie. So the theory and the practice don't exactly match here, but we think this setting is pretty close to the incentives and the structure of the game that both the activists and managers face. So that's the setting. I'm sorry, Doug, I wasn't watching who asked a question first.
No, that's fine. I think we have 3 questions, which I think probably makes sense to go to now. So let's start with Daniela.
Hi, Daniela.
Hi, Jim. Very interesting paper. I have just a quick question. I'm trying to understand if it really matters. I mean, I'm trying to understand if it's important for you if the activist is a short seller or if it's just in general an activist shareholder. Because it seems from what you just described right now that you're interested in this litigation angle, but we know that firms responds also more generally to open letters by activist shareholders, so like activist hedge funds in general. Like there's this paper by Jordan that basically shows that firms tend to respond also to these open letters where hedge funds or activist investors in general ask for changes in governance, etc. So I'm trying to better understand if for your story, I mean, for what you're saying, your story seems to be interested in the short selling more than the activists per se.
Yeah. Daniela, you reminded me of a comment I wanted to make at the beginning that's related to what you've just asked, which was to give a thank you to the Michigan people in the room, because we had a similar discussion to this about a year ago. I did a brown bag at Michigan with an early version of this paper. And the question at the time that they really pushed us on was, is this a paper about short sellers and what they do? Is this a paper about managers and what they do? And I hadn't really thought through the implications of that. So on my feed, I was just like, well, why can't it be about both? And then the more we thought about it, really the interesting thing is it's about the firm, it's about managers, it's about the disclosure decision. Now, could we then extend it to what you're saying, which is the long and the short side of activism? I think the incentives are different enough that they must be 2 different papers. I find them both ways interesting. But with the short sellers, we're going to have this kind of critical cost of litigation and enforcement penalties for errors, where I think in long activism, it's much more a matter of opinion. Now, there may be lawsuits because, they're trying to block a merger or force them to do a merger or, whatever the case is. but it's not the thing where what you say could potentially put you in jail. Whereas I think in this case, for both the activist short seller and for the firm, if they make false disclosures in this heightened environment of attention, you have this big negative cost of the enforcement downside to it. So I'm not sure how we'd be able to structure both and look at it go both ways. I'll also say that the Benabou and Laroque model is designed to be a long side model. They sort of assume that the reporter or the analyst is going to give a value that's higher than where the thing is currently at, whereas we've sort of flipped it on its side and the analyst is giving a signal that's lower than where the market's at. So it would be another complicated variable to look both ways, I think.
Let's move on to a question from Christian.
Yeah. Hi, good morning, everybody. Morning, Jim.
Hi.
My question relates to this figure, or more generally, sort of the conceptual part of the analysis. So what's in my mind missing from the figure and a little bit in the analyses is sort of that there's probably a lot of conditionality on the topic, right? So what I mean by topic is like, what is the allegation? Now, obviously, if you were to add that to this figure, it would blow up the figure. And so that's not sort of what I'm suggesting, but I think in terms of the analysis, I could imagine that the responses that you see are conditional on it being fraud being alleged, it being an accounting issue versus there's a business problem, that there's sort of, typical paths or typical reactions. And so I was wondering, rather than sort of going through all permutations, whether you could also do the following, where you say, what are the combinations? What are the bundles that we typically see? And sort of highlight that. I mean, the paper is descriptive about this, and I think that's totally fine because, I think in a regression, you have only so many degrees of freedom here. But if you sort of were to just bundle this and say, here are some typical combinations we see, I think that would add some really nice context and information.
Yeah, thanks, Christian. Again, thinking on my feet about how best to respond to that is a little hard. I think that's a very interesting comment. In some ways, related to what you're suggesting would be things like you say, product issues. There might not be an allegation of fraud per se, and if it's just an opinion about having bad managers, what can the firm say? For one thing, it's certainly easier to refute those types of things because they're not specific allegations. But on the other hand, how important can it be to do a disclosure thing where they're just calling you a bad CEO? I mean, what are you going to say? I disagree. So I think conditional on the specificity and the severity of the allegations, that there would be packages of behavior that go together with that. To some extent, we try to address that with the proxy. So one thing that we look for is the sort of clear allegation of securities fraud, where literally the report has to accuse them of committing fraud. That I would think is a triggering event and why we looked for it. And a broader proxy is things like the stock market response, where if they issued a great and important report, even if they didn't say fraud, if it was such damning evidence, then presumably there's a bigger stock market response to that. But I think what you're asking is also more nuanced than that, I think.
So let's take Nemit's question, and then I think we need to move the presentation forward.
Yep, let's do that.
Hey, Jim.
Hey.
Interesting descriptive results. Within the context of this framework, I was just wondering, is there a role even for activist long investors to oppose what's going on with the activist short investors, in the sense, like what comes to mind is the fight between Carl Icahn and Bill Ackman, right? Where not Herbalife fighting on their own, it was also Carl Icahn.
Yeah, that's a great comment. Thanks, Nemit. We've struggled with this, and in particular, we've made a pretty conscious decision not to go to the next step because, like Christian said, of things that can blow up the decision tree. The next step is also interesting, and we've really focused on the initial kind of initiation activist report and the initial management response because that is a tractable problem. If you then start looking out to the activist could issue follow-up reports. Like you said, there could be an important long shareholder who gets involved in the mix and gives their competing analysis because they clearly have an incentive to try and get the stock price back up. Those are super interesting. I'm just not sure we have kind of the bandwidth within the existing structure here to do it. But like, if we were thinking next steps, really interesting possibilities considering that. Thanks. Thanks. So I'll move on a bit and push through to some, just finish the framework and the prediction so we can start looking at results and make sure you see what we have. So we really think that whole decision tree boils down to three broad frameworks that gives us a bit of predictive power here, even though obviously it's largely descriptive. The first one and simple one that I won't spend much time on unless someone wants to question it is what if there's no market response? In which case it doesn't really matter what the firm does. First of all, there's been no loss in value, so there's nothing to try and recover. And if the firm happens to just not like it, that, for example, Muddy Waters put out a report on us, if the stock didn't move and you rebut that report and make a mistake in your rebuttal, you could have a liability situation come along. So it seems that there's only costs and not much benefit to responding in scenario one. Scenario two, we have the price decline and you disagree with the activist. This is where, you think they're wrong. What should you do? The no disclosure option here, which came up in the question from Mark, I believe, can be a valid choice if there's uncertainty about your true position. So even though I think they're wrong, if I have a wide bandwidth on that, maybe I still want to be quiet. This is the lawyer saying, play it safe. And you also have this little angle of, if I don't say anything, it's like a little knock to the activist that they're not worth responding to, right? And so maybe that implies to the market that you don't think they're credible or worth talking about. In terms of the specific items, I won't belabor the points here, but for the denials, the lawsuit, and the hostile, there's mixed predictions whether you agree or disagree. So it doesn't really give us a strong prediction. So for example, the denial, a clear denial of the activist claim would be credible because it opens you up to liability risk. So it's costly. There's a low transaction cost because you can literally just tweet or put out a press release, and it's fast. So there's kind of both benefits but costs to it if you're wrong. I'll talk about it in terms with when you agree with the activist in a second. So I'll skip the lawsuits and the hostile one just briefly. But if the stock dropped because the activist is credible, if you just say the activist is an idiot, that's a non-specific disclosure and might have the effect of pushing the stock back up a bit. So these are kind of low cost, but also low credibility disclosure options. Disclosing the internal investigation, however, even if you disagree with the activist, means that management and the board has this significant level of uncertainty, right? If they weren't uncertain, they wouldn't do an internal investigation. So even though we disagree, there's a high probability the activist is correct. We do the internal investigation. There's a risk there that the firm is in a bad condition. So it's the positive case they disagree with the activist, but it reveals management's uncertainty. Flipping over to scenario three, where let's say we agree with the activist. They've called us out as a fraud. We know we're a fraud. What do? Non-disclosure is a valid choice because I continue to get paid and consume private benefits until the party ends. Denials, I can try to make a specific denial. And yeah, I might have loaded on a second fraud charge, but if I'm going down anyway, there's not that much additional problem with it. So now denial could happen with a disagree or an agree scenario. We don't have a lot of predictive power there. Hostile response, again, ad hominem attacks, just as easy in this case as in the disagree case. In internal investigations, here when they agree, this is a very important option. We want to do it because we're going to minimize our liability. We know we're guilty. We'll do the investigation, turn the results over to the authorities, and we'll reduce our penalties. So maybe the most important consistent prediction here is that if they announce an internal investigation, it either reveals that they know the activist is correct or they have a high probability that the activist could be correct, neither of which is a particularly positive outcome. I won't spend a whole lot of time on the sample details just to make sure we get to some results here. Just in terms of, we'll see one item where we'll see what is new evidence, just so we're clear, this is the sort of thing that new evidence is. So this is one of the proxies that Lundquist and Kian used for a credible report. When the short seller, for example, goes out and finds lawsuits or court orders or private investigator evidence that, a production facility is a sham, and they put those in the reports, that makes it a particularly credible report empirically. So that's one of our variables. I'm going to start getting to the tables now. So I just have here, some descriptive statistics about the activists in the sample and the rate of responses, but there are a couple hands up. So maybe Doug, if you just want to make sure that I get through the results, but do a couple questions if it's okay.
Yeah, let's do a couple questions now and then continue to push through the results. So Melissa Martin, please.
So I had a question about the role of pre-existing confirmatory signals. So
okay.
If, for instance, the allegation was about management and maybe the firm failed their say on pay vote in the prior year, or ISS had reprimanded them for having some unfavorable governance mechanisms in place.
Yeah.
Did that change the path that we took through your model, given that this sort of pre-existing signal, and then once the activist comes in and says management is not doing a good job, and you're like, oh, and they failed their say on pay vote last year, maybe this is more credible than it would seem otherwise?
Yeah, thanks, Melissa. That certainly rings true. The short answer to your question is no. But the longer answer to your question is, we put a few figures in the back on, for peer firms and the targeted firms, what kind of the distribution of outcomes is around these events. And I think what you're getting at matches with some of these findings. So for example, a firm cannot be delisted in the pre-period, so that's not worth looking at. But for example, your enforcement actions, it's interesting what we find. When we center it on event time, many of the firms in our sample have had AAERs published right before the activist digs in. So we haven't correlated this. This is basically descriptive about the outcomes and comparing the outcomes with peers. But it does strike me that, what's one way that activists are targeting these firms is they're looking for some of what you're talking about, this confirmatory evidence from the recent past, and then digging further, right? Where there's smoke, there must be fire. And so the matched peer firms just have very low levels of AARs, period. We have a couple more like restatements and auditor changes. And, we do see for the targeted firms a big boost in restatements and auditor changes right after the activist reports, but it's also at an elevated level before the activist reports too. So I'd have to think a bit for how we might implement what you're talking about in the analysis, but it rings true to me that there is some of that going on. Josh, do we have time for Josh?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Good morning, everyone. Great to be here, Jim. Great paper. I kind of sense there's a little bit of a disconnect between your sample and your disclosure choices.
Okay.
So like one of the options is to call the activist an idiot. But you've also kind of focused on the most credible campaigns. And so I'm just wondering if you agree that there seems to be a disconnect there, and how the results would differ if we included more campaigns that were possibly less credible, or if it's possible to even, expand the sample and create a measure of how credible it is. I just imagine there would be some very different responses and more calling of idiots, or even more silence based on less credible campaigns.
So we've thought long and hard about the sample creation and spent a lot of time also talking with the Lundquist and Kian authors, which is kind of the genesis of the sample. And it's, there's many competing issues going on. So first, how far do you drop, the bar on credible analysts. And there is a stream of research on, for example, Seeking Alpha short seller reports. And then you jump up to thousands and thousands of like sort of short notes that go out on Seeking Alpha. But we would have this prohibitively costly ability to search for and find outcomes, at least the outcomes the way we're looking for, to find the press releases, categorize what they're doing, is sort of outside the scope of our resources. And then the other factor, we consider as well, if it's an anonymous nobody on a website, would we ever expect anyone to respond to that? So why would we look for that? And I think there's reasonable answers to that in either way. Sometimes we wouldn't, but sometimes it might go viral. There might be some really interesting thing there, and other investors pick it up and forward it along, and it actually becomes value relevant. And how the firms respond to that would be interesting. So really, I would say for cost and tractability reasons, we followed the methodology that Lundquist and Kian did, and then expanded it. They sort of have this threshold of multiple short selling report authors. And we added a few more because since their sample was created, there were more short sellers that we could find that fit that definition, but we didn't really change the threshold criteria.
So within your sample, is it possible to rank the credibility of these reports and think about disclosure choices that might differ with how?
I hesitate to do that because there's a bit of noise to it. So we could use these measures as evidence of credibility, but I think there's some noise there, and there's some different aspects to it, and it could just be wrong. So I would say, yes, is the firm making a response evidence of credibility? Probably, but the stock price response is also a bit of evidence of credibility. And the Lundquist and Kian proxy for credibility is new evidence. So they rely on what is in the report itself to demonstrate its own credibility, which differs a little bit from the Benabou and Larocque definition of credibility, which would be purely based on the stock price response. If you have a track record and you've been successful in the past, your new report will have a response, and that can be the most direct measure of your credibility. And then given that, there's differences in types of allegations that firms can make, it becomes messy.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Doug, I'll push through to a couple of results to make sure we get the key things. These are largely just descriptives. I mean, the only thing I want to mention on this is that compared to research that's happened in the past on activists, it seems like the volume of it has kind of ramped up pretty dramatically. So a lot of the sample size comes on since 2010. We've coded the various issues here. It's not really critical to the discussion, but this is just the rate and incidence of various issues that we coded in the activist reports. These charts are not so much novel information. They're in some ways, they just confirm results of Lundquist and Kian and some other studies. The main point is to confirm for our sample that these reports appear material. So we do see significant stock price drops in panel A right after the reports are released. We do see significant increases in media mentions of the target firms around the reports. These are being picked up and being publicized. So there is something going on. We obviously track our firm responses over time, and they happen rapidly and quickly, but they do tail off for a little while off to the right, 15, 30, 45 days. But the majority of the responses occur fast within 1 to 5 days. Some short interest, some delisting. These are just short-term responses. Univariate results, which I think just important to get to what is happening in terms of outcomes and how that correlates with the response that the firm made. So this is on a univariate cross-tab basis. 31% of firms respond, 28% issue a denial, 6% go hostile, 6% go lawsuit, only 4% do internal investigations, and 12% add new information disclosures to the markets. For the specific types of responses, if the firm, we've got an AAER column, for the outcomes. If the firm announces an internal investigation, there's a 29% likelihood that it will have an AAER issued on it. And we do go and read those to see if the AAERs are in fact follow along with the accusations in the report, and there's significant overlap. And this is compared with a base rate of 6% for all the targets. So dramatic increase in enforcement actions when the internal investigation comes along. Delistings are about twice as likely if the firm either sues the activist or announces an internal investigation. On being acquired, we've struggled with this outcome because it's sort of noticed as one of the ways that a firm delists. How did it delist? It was acquired. We see that internal investigation firms are much less likely than average to be acquired, whereas denial firms and additional disclosure firms are a bit more likely to be acquired. Now, we don't really have an opinion on whether an acquisition is per se a good or a bad outcome, but for one, it's a severe outcome. The firm stops existing as an independent entity. It does often involve turnover of the target management. And the fact that internal investigations have a low rate of being acquired means that it appears to be that potential buyers are scared away by what's revealed in that situation. Christian?
Yeah, just a small comment. When you say, the likelihood of an enforcement action is sort of much larger when an internal investigation comes along, this sounds like the internal investigation is what triggers it. I mean, that could be true, but I think one thing you have to be really careful with the language in your paper throughout is this notion that, you can't say it's because of the internal investigation. It might just be that the facts and the circumstances for those where there's an internal investigation is announced, there's also a higher likelihood of AERs, right? So it's not sort of necessarily a response.
Yeah, we'll check that and be careful. I appreciate it. I mean, we are trying not to say that this is causal. I think there's a bunch of mechanisms there where, one is the firm knows it's guilty. It does the internal investigation to minimize its losses by handing it over. Did that create the outcome of the AER in a way? Maybe, but I'll think about that and make sure.
Just a mini question is how many of these firms are in the OTC markets, like the pink sheets, or now what's called the OTC market, as opposed to like the regular exchanges? To me, that would probably be a pretty important distinction.
We only look at listed firms as of the targeting date because, well, one, it's just a data issue, but we wanted to make sure they were, credible and listed firms with the highest governance standards. So NASDAQ.
Listed means the national exchanges, not the
NYSE, NASDAQ. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I missed that. Sorry, but you can get data on these others. So it's not because of data. It might still make sense to make that choice.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, Jim.
Certainly the threat of delisting is lower when you're not when you're OTC, right?
Jim, I see next question from Phil, then Dan Taylor, then Bob Holthausen. And then
I'll try to be aware of getting through some other tables too.
The paper a little.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Doug. Thanks, Jim. Just a quick question. I'm wondering, with the benefit of hindsight, is it possible to know to some extent whether the source of what the activist short sellers information was sometimes came from within the firm? And if so, does that have an impact on how the firm responds?
That's interesting. I wonder how much something like the new evidence would be correlated with that, right? If you're getting internal reports, we didn't track it. I don't know that we'd have a good way from seeing with the data, but you remind me of the Luckin Coffee thing that kind of came along earlier in this year, where it all seemed to be an inside whistleblower that handed the information over to the short seller. And I'm not sure we have, other than anecdotal, ability to make that distinction.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Let's move to Dan Taylor, noting, Jim, that you have 15 minutes, essentially.
Sure. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Jim. Do you have any sense of what the SEC's decision is to investigate based on short reports? So one could imagine, and this goes back to, I think, Lutzi and Claire's paper at a JAR conference a couple of years ago, the SEC lagging the private sector. So, Muddy Waters comes out with a short report, somebody else comes out with a short report, the SEC just opens investigations across the board for every short report. And then you see that in some cases there's an AAER or a restatement based on what they found. Do you have any sense of what the transition rate is between short reports and SEC investigations?
Yeah, I think that's possibly a super interesting avenue for future research. I don't know what the transition rate is, but anecdotally, and I guess that's also a bit of the causal mechanism here. If there were a causal mechanism, then here the activists at least report is a potential causal mechanism for an enforcement action, endogenous with everything else going on. But I have seen, just based on my prior research, we thought we'd take a look into comment letters, and there was a few of them anecdotally where rapidly after the report came out, a comment letter got issued to the firm digging into one or two of the topics. So, accusations of revenue fraud, 2 weeks later, a comment letter is issued asking to clarify their revenue recognition policies. But it was really such a tiny number of anecdotal cases that there was no statistical basis for looking at it. But I think it happens, and those anecdotes clearly show that it does happen.
Okay, well, a selfish plug, we have data on all SEC investigations regardless of outcome.
Okay.
I'd be happy to share that with you should you
Interesting
that you would like it. It's an excellent paper in management science.
I will reach out to you.
Okay,
Thanks,
let's go to Bob Holthausen.
Yeah. Hi, Bob.
Hey, how you doing, James? You might want to see the paper by Leone and Lee and Liu on the SEC's enforcement cooperation program. They basically, you keep talking about how the internal investigations help. They basically show that launching an internal investigation voluntarily has no benefit to the firm in terms of whether they'll get fined or whether there'll be an AAER. There are other actions that a firm can take, like replacing an executive, but you might want to just take a look at that paper and make sure that what you're saying is consistent with the evidence there. So.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. That's a gap in our citations. I have a couple law sites that say the lawyers think they're super important, but not potentially this empirical evidence that says really it's not necessarily that important.
Yeah, it's a recent paper you might want to look at. So.
Okay, Leone, Lee, and Liu. Okay, we've got that. Thanks, Bob.
Yep.
Just to hit a couple tables here, and then if there's questions, we can certainly come back to them. We do a quick probit analysis of being targeted just to see who these firms are going after. The basic takeaway is some traditional measures of overvaluation and fraud risk, including foreign and IPO firms that are at a potentially heightened sense of not having great processes or controls in place. This is a little different from the activist long literature because there's clearly different incentive structures in place. So not a lot of new stuff there, but just to have that table in place. Decision to respond and report. We do see a really strong focus, whether it's probit or a few different OLS fixed effect structures, that new evidence is a strong factor in the firm responding in some way. When it's denial, again, this new evidence is a strong predictor in the firm's response. And the hostile response, again, new evidence. So what we really see is when this is consistent with the Lundquist and Kian proposition that new evidence equates with a credible report and the firm feels obligated to respond to it. And in some ways, there may just be opportunities to respond because there is sort of clear information with that new evidence that the firm might be able to respond to that you can't really do when it's like, your CEO is a bad CEO. There's just not much to respond to that. In terms of outcomes and the allegations, just to verify that there are some credible connections between what activists are alleging and these long-term outcomes that we look at. We see that allegations of accounting issues are in fact associated with being delisting, and there are some negative associations as well. The business issues is like your product is no good. In a way, these are some of the Nikolai issues that are alleged. It's vaporware, they don't have the technology, the product doesn't work. What we find is there's a much lower chance of being delisted in those cases. It's not really an actionable allegation. Again, business issues, much less likely of having an enforcement action against you compared to the other types of allegations. Being acquired has a strong relation to securities fraud in the negative sense. If the activist is accusing you of committing fraud, you're not an attractive target for a potential acquirer. And interestingly enough, this is a bad outcome for a short seller, right? If you've taken a short position and your target gets acquired, that's usually a very harmful outcome. So to load on a securities fraud charge might be kind of an insurance policy when you're going short a stock. In terms of allegations and outcomes and restatements, business issues, the main one to get to now is response types of the firm and outcome, because this is really the heart of the paper is do the firm's response types in a way matter? And so to start with the delisting allegation, we find, interestingly enough, that there's some evidence that lawsuits, you're more likely to be delisted. So here's a potential case where lawsuits are on average potentially a bluffing strategy, that it's a firm in a poor state that resorts to a lawsuit. Oops, sorry about that. If a firm takes a hostile response, they're less likely to be delisted, which is kind of an interesting outcome. We don't really have a prediction or an explanation for that. The one that aligns most directly with our explanations is the outcomes that are associated with internal investigations. So enforcement actions, significantly more likely when the firm has undertaken an internal investigation. And this is on a multivariate basis, right? So we had that univariate slide before, but this is controlling for all the firm factors and other response types. Being acquired, less likely for the internal investigation firm. So there seems pretty consistent results that the internal investigation is a bad outcome. A little more anecdotal, we don't have a prediction on this, but the lawsuits appear to be less associated with restatements, which in a way would seem consistent with having a lawsuit when there's at least less of accounting issues going on, indicating that they happen in a positive outcome environment for the firm. So it's kind of a mixed result on what a lawsuit implies. Okay. We are running up on just the final few minutes. So I know Lorian has a question that I think we have time for.
Yes, I think so. And then you have a couple more minutes.
Okay. All right, I'll try not to take too long.
No worries.
This is related to Christian's question at the beginning. I mean, I just see, if you'll go back to the last table, not that one. Sorry. It just seems like it would be very important here to understand what the type of the allegation was, to understand. And in table 5, you have this nice table showing what the types of responses are by the firm if there's fraud, but you don't dig into like if there's an allegation of some business issue. And you find that kind of interesting result that a hostile response is associated with sort of better stuff, less delistings. It could just be that, most of the time, if there's a business allegation, which is not related to fraud, they just have a hostile response, but none of these other ones. So that's where it seems like it's really important to tease this out, because is it really an outcome of the response, or is it because of the underlying issue that was brought up by the short seller?
Yeah, I think we'd have to be careful about like the because of language, because I'm not sure we can get there. And what I think what you're saying rings a little bit like Christian's earlier comment about sort of a package of things happening. I know that look, if we try to do the matrix of all these outcomes versus all the response types, you start pushing the data pretty finely on the number of observations. And I think maybe the package way, if we can take that away and think about it a bit, might make more sense. If we can get some package predictions, then we can look for those specific situations rather than the matrix of every situation, which gets a little tight.
Well, and which won't happen. To make the point, I mean, I would say that these last results are kind of uninterpretable on their own without giving a little bit more of that context.
Okay, thanks, Lauren.
Jim, why don't you go ahead and wrap up if you can, please?
Yeah, thanks. So again, we really appreciate all the comments. Yanya's been furiously recording the work we have to do now. But in summary, look, we think this is an important topic at this time because of the increase in recent years of short activism and the impact it's having on firms and managements, and how they respond to it does appear to be material to the stock price and to the outcomes that they result in. Interesting from a management perspective that there are different economic levers at work, whether it's to reduce the activists' credibility, to try and recover their stock price a bit, or try to reduce their own liability. There's these kind of three conflicting cost benefit levers that don't all seem to be able to work in exactly the same direction. So the firm has to make trade-offs. Anyway, we'll certainly think about all your great comments and try to improve this paper for the next round. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim. Everyone, we have a break now until the next session begins at 11:10 Central Time. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Doug.
Rachel, best of luck.
Hear me fine?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I don't know if anybody else there listening. Yeah, I think it's fine. Do you hear me?
I can't hear you, so good sign.
Good luck, Rachel.
Thank you.
Good luck, Rachel.
I am a co-host now.
Okay.
I guess I'm a co-host too.
I'm going to.
Yes.
Sharing screen.
Yeah, you're still in a, I still see all your slides in the left, so you should go to the presentation mode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But can you see the chat and all that?
I do.
Yeah, I need to get rid of that then.
But you don't need to see the chat. Don't get distracted. I think.
We don't see your chat, Rachel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you need to pull away a little bit or move the camera slightly. Yeah, this is good.
So with regards to the kind of participation list and managing raised hands.
I'll try to do it. I'll do it, and I'll just interrupt from time to time and tell you their questions. Of course, after the first 5 minutes. No, you just need to present. I'll take care of the questions, and Heman will take care of the chat. So.
And thank you so much for everything with organizing.
I think it's all to Lisa. We all should thank Lisa for organizing. She did relatively very little compared to her.
Don't be nervous, Rachel.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, how are you, Regina?
Good. We had a small earthquake yesterday night.
Really?
Yeah.
Is the smoking still a big problem?
Not here, not in Southern California. And Northern California, probably yes, but here it's pretty clear. We had a week without any sun, which was like very hazy, and you couldn't see the sun at all.
I thought I saw some fire near Los Angeles.
Yeah, there was, but it wasn't as bad as the one close to San Francisco. Yeah, that one, it was bad, but for a week, it was really bad air quality. But we can see the sun for the last 3 days, so it's getting better.
Okay.
Now we haven't had an earthquake yesterday night, so just very dynamic place.
Well, at least you had the breathing mask from COVID for the smoke. That was one of the
No,
benefits.
we didn't go out. We don't go out much at all. But for the last week, we like our family, we didn't go out at all. We tried to do some walk around the house. We have a trail, but we pretty much went back because you just see how bad the air quality is. Especially around 6, 7, the sun is like bright red. You don't see the sun that color in the normal air quality. So we saw the sun and turned back. But I think it's back, more or less back to normal for the last few days.
That's good. Ping Yang, you're muted again.
Okay, he probably said hi and left.
Oh, so is there?
No, he's not. He's not.
Yeah, I'm still learning how to have this Zoom technology.
It means you haven't taught yet on Zoom.
Oh yeah, I haven't taught yet. And I'm learning from my kids who are not experts.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I gave my laptop one time to my younger one, and then I got it back, and I had luckily it wasn't class, it was just a coaster meeting, but then I was upside down because she turned all the images upside down, and I had no idea how to fix it. So I had to call her into my meeting and ask my 8-year-old how to fix my image.
So have your kids gone back to school?
No. There's some hope next week, unless California government will come up with another excuse. Elementary schools should open on Thursday, so we hope so. No, and my older one is at USC, so she's taking all the classes on Zoom in the room next to me.
Oh, okay. Oh, congratulations. So your older one is already in college?
Yeah.
Wow. You don't look
older.
You don't look like a lady with a daughter in college.
Thanks, it's a compliment. She's already with her, how you call it, sophomore? Yeah. She took intro to accounting this summer. It was very entertaining for me.
With you?
No. No, with me as a private tutor. I was a private tutor. No, luckily not with me.
No, what do you mean? So she took intro financial accounting with a private tutor.
No, I was the tutor. She took it at USC. I was the tutor.
Be careful, this is being broadcast live on
Oh,
YouTube.
yeah, right. I
Another
shouldn't
USC
say.
scandal. We don't need another USC scandal with private tutors.
It's true. It's true. No, but she gave me a compliment. She told me I'm teaching accounting better than I was teaching math when she was second grader.
Good to know all that years of specialization paid off.
Exactly, it paid off.
It is nice to see all the names of the people here. And
I think it's nice to see people.
It's nice to see people.
Yeah. USC is fully online, so I pretty much see my family and my courses from time to time on Zoom. This is my source.
I am teaching some in person, but my classroom is mostly empty.
Empty, yeah.
And so
I think most undergrads, they push for colleges because they won't get out of the house. They don't want to stay with parents. But then as soon as they get on campus, they don't need to show up.
one thing, I guess we have this little bit of space in between of one very meta thing about my paper is that there are people who are part of my
sample. I have to apologize that I have never responded to your email. Now I have to make a public apology. I am not part of your sample.
I don't know enough about IRBs to like know if it's completely kosher of like how much like my participants can reveal themselves. Like
I have not responded, which I feel bad for, but I'm now exempt from any IRB, whatever, misconduct, I guess. I think we have 2 more minutes, right, to go, and we can start. Okay, I think it's time for our second session for today. Welcome back, everybody. And this session is actually on the importance of our own research, or the role of academic research in SEC rulemaking by Rachel and Heman. And Rachel will be presenting and Heman will be taking care of the chat. So you're welcome and feel free to start.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present. My name is Rachel Jeffroy, and I will be presenting co-authored work with Heman Lee of Baruch about the role of academic research in SEC rulemaking. So at a high level, we're trying to understand how regulators consume and use academic research. This presumes that academic research provides useful information about regulators. That can vary based on the theory of government. So we focus on two main theories of government. Under the public interest theory, we have a benevolent regulator trying to create regulation to maximize welfare or address market failures. And under this theory, academic research can provide useful evidence to help regulators understand the potential impacts of regulation. However, even under public interest theory, the lack of granular data, the difficulty in drawing causal inferences, and the biases that can occur in either conducting or publishing research makes it unclear whether academic research is useful and relevant to policymakers. And even if it is relevant, regulators might ignore research that disagrees with their prior beliefs due to cognitive biases, such as confirmation bias. Now, there are less idealistic theories of regulation, such as capture theory, where the role of academia would be less central. So under capture theory, you have a captured regulator creating regulation that's preferred by the dominant interest group. And under this model, research is most likely going to be used just as an excuse to do what regulators already want to do, which is what the dominant interest group wants them to do. And nonetheless, evidence-based policymaking has become increasingly popular with many regulatory bodies, such as the SEC, FASB, and IASB, all starting to use academic research as part of their standard setting or regulatory process. At the same time, we have a growing body of academic research in economics, finance, and accounting, providing policy implications and welfare analysis. While at the same time, the role that academic research plays in the design of regulation is mostly unknown. And so we are going to work to try to provide just some initial evidence to help contribute to our understanding, particularly with the Security and Exchange Commission. While that was at a high level, more specifically in this paper, we are trying to look at how the SEC discusses academic research and its cost-benefit analysis. And so to do that, we're going to provide descriptive data on what papers are cited, the number of papers cited per SEC rule, balance of papers, etc. We're going to look at how a court case business roundtable versus SEC affects the SEC's discussion of academic research. This court case, as I'll discuss later, changed a lot of the processes for the SEC and provides interesting variation to see what happens when there's an increase in academic citations. So we look at the number of SEC citations and the tone of the papers cited. We look into whether the inclusion of academic research affects the lobbying of proposed rules, particularly how that also then maps in with the aforementioned theories of government. And so we look into this by looking at the amount of opposing comment letters. And lastly, we look into whether the SEC cites papers accurately and substantively. And so for this, we survey academics whose research was cited by the SEC. We also survey just the general population of kind of accounting academics to see how they feel about the citations. And so to summarize some of our results, we find that the SEC is mostly citing papers that are either unpublished or that are published in high impact journals. We see that there is an increased number of citations and discussion of papers relating to the costs of changing regulation after Business Roundtable, although there was some discussion of academic research before, although discussion of academic research that discussed the cost of changing regulation was fairly rare. We find that there's an association with a decrease in negative lobbying after Business Roundtable and with the inclusion of more academic research. This matches what we might predict under a public interest theory. And we find that when we asked the academics whose work was cited, that they described the SEC's discussion of their research as mostly accurate and roughly usually substantive. The general population had a slightly lower opinion on the accuracy of the SEC's citations.
Rachel, maybe at this point we'll open it for a few questions. Yes, we have Steve first and then John Beers.
Yeah, thank you. Interesting paper, and it's great to see some research on relevance of academic research. We all like that. But I had a difficult time sort of figuring out the role of academic research and empirical research in particular on cost-benefit trade-offs. Because rarely, if ever, do empirical studies weigh in on the trade-off between costs and benefits. Generally speaking, research will document benefits, or more likely, more often, document costs or unintended consequences. And so you see one side of that trade-off or the other side of that trade-off, typically the cost side. But the commentary on these slides is, if I'm interested in the cost-benefit trade-off, I can look to these studies. But I'm thinking, even if there's 50 studies that document costs and unintended consequences, that does not directly weigh in on a cost-benefit trade-off. So, for example, at the end of the paper, you write, the changes that followed Business Roundtable operate like a system of internal controls, preventing either biased or captured lawyers at the SEC from pushing changes to regulation not supported by the economics. And again, what exactly is meant by not supported by the economics? Even if a regulation ignores a whole bunch of costs and unintended consequences of the regulation, that doesn't mean that the regulation isn't supported by the economics. So, could you frame the role of academic research in the sense of a cost-benefit trade-off? And now that I have the floor, because I want to ask a second question later on, could you also comment, perhaps either now or later on, why the preponderance of the support seems to be from finance and financial economics in particular, not so much from accounting? We look pretty much anemic by comparison. Is that more a reflection of the SEC's bias towards finance and economics, or of the nature of the accounting literature? That's a separate question, but I wanted to get it on the table as well. Thank you.
So I'm going to address your first question first, which I think is very valid, in that both in the way we write research and from what I've seen of how they then use our research, it is kind of like, here's everything on one side, here's everything on the other side. And then in some ways the like apples to apples comparison never quite like articulates. And so a lot of this, and this is where like there could be some like very valid reasons, even under public interest theory, of why we might not see a lot of discussion of academic research, is because if it's not really providing the kind of granular quantitative data that you would need to do a real cost benefit analysis to, where you could say, okay, we could then figure out, like we would expect X million dollars to be paid in disclosure costs, and compare that with some kind of equal number with benefits, then that is a valid kind of critique. I think that the way that the SEC is currently using it is to often try to think about what are the types of benefits and costs we should be thinking of, and whether or not, especially for things on the benefit side of, can we find any kind of economic evidence that these things really manifest when we change disclosure or market regulation?
I would just advise being careful in the paper with wording to the extent that research that documents benefits supports the regulation, and research that documents costs opposes the regulation, or wording to that effect. I wouldn't necessarily assume, for example, a study of unintended consequences, unintended negative consequences, let's say, of a regulatory action as that necessarily opposing the regulation. It just points out there's another side to the cost-benefit trade-off. So, to the extent that you equate documentation of costs with reasons not to support the regulation, that's where I have difficulty.
Okay. We'll think about how to relook at the wording. Now, as to the accountant kind of second question, we do seem to find, I don't think we did any analysis on this, but I did seem to notice over time there, in the post period, it's not that you saw more citations, but you also saw more accounting citations, because there was very few accounts in the pre-period. There was lots more accounting citations in the post-period. I personally do think that part of this is because of like who is writing these economic analysis sections. I think I looked, and generally for a big chunk of our sample, there was less than 10% of the economists at the SEC had an accounting PhD. And while we generally have accounting PhDs take econ and finance PhD classes and have them be fairly familiar with those literatures, the same is not always in the opposite. So
true.
I think that as there's been more rules, and so there's been a wider than search, and so I think that then makes the regulators more aware of what kind of accounting research there is. Although it is entirely possible that because of the quirks of accounting research and its publication process, that our research doesn't quite match the needs of the SEC.
We should move to the next question and maybe keep the answers a little bit shorter so we get more questions. John.
Hey, Rachel, nice paper. I enjoy it. I kind of a different take on kind of the cost benefit, getting to this kind of like the labeling cost benefit. I think you could do better, not better, but like I think if you frame the argument, I noticed you didn't cite there's this in Zingales on economist capture, which is a handbook chapter that he wrote up about you know, it's not only that the regulators are captured, there's also might be dynamic effects between researchers and the regulators. And kind of, I know you mentioned that it creates a market for research depending on the regulator, but I would have liked to see a little bit of more of that teased out, right? Because you could imagine that there are now incentives to publish pro or con papers. And whether, I think it's semantics, whether you say it's a cost benefit or just papers that support a viewpoint versus papers that oppose a viewpoint. Like at the end of the day, the regulators are writing up either support or they're going against the regulation. So I think it doesn't really matter if it's a cost benefit analysis in the traditional sense, it's just support versus negation. But I would like to see kind of more, does this create some type of capture between the regulator and academics, and maybe some models of like, you know, the likelihood of citing a paper relative to other papers that are published in that code, right? So if you have like papers on auditor and audit quality, if they cite one working paper or a published paper, if we look at the number of papers on SSRN, like, are they more positive overall? Is this kind of like an average viewpoint of the papers, or are these kind of cherry picking, right? To kind of.
So on that point, we were a little bit concerned of, are they picking not necessarily the highest quality papers? So we do a couple of things there of paying attention to where these papers got published and how likely the working papers were to be published, as a little bit of guides of maybe some of the quality of the papers. We had one question in our first survey where we asked the authors of the paper if they knew of any papers that disagreed with their findings or that took a different opinion. And maybe because of the wording, maybe because of the literature, et cetera, we didn't, like, no one responded to that question. Because we were hoping a little bit that we could get a better feel for what some of the literature was and how often they didn't cite related papers. And that unfortunately did not work out with how the survey went. But we'll have to think about what we could maybe do in that area.
I would point you to more like the antitrust literature, which ends up being one of the main kind of case studies where you see kind of this thing of like two camps on the type of anti-competition regulation, where you have pro and then con, and then you see kind of there's a couple of papers on who gets cited when and kind of this interaction. So maybe you can get some inspiration from there. We could do similar stuff kind of in the accounting literature. It's more of like a comment on like what you could kind of tease that out, because I thought that was pretty cool that you kind of touched on in your paper, but you didn't really kind of bring out.
Yeah. It is a difficult thing to do, because there is a lot of discretion with where a literature ends or begins. And so we are kind of hesitant, given how polarizing this paper is, to do something too subjective with that area, but we'll have to give it some more thought.
Okay, let's take the question from Mary and then continue with the presentation.
Interesting paper, Rachel. I guess one of the things that I would be most interested in is whether the increase in cites related to costs changed any policy outcomes, or is this just court case compliance window dressing, that they're supposed to add in papers with costs, and so they do, but nothing has changed as a result of it. It seems from how research affects policymaking, that's kind of what we'd like to know. Not that they cite it, but they actually, it affects their thinking.
Yeah. So in some ways, we were originally hoping that by looking at the lobbying there too, we could kind of see of whether kind of the public felt like the rules were changing or were better. But one kind of interesting thing with the findings is that we do seem that we get a lot more than discussion specifically in the proposal phase, and not as much in the final stage. And so, yes, I think that especially for areas of future research, that trying to do more to figure out of whether or not there's been a real impact on the paper would be useful for us to know.
All right, let's stop with the question for a few minutes and let you move on with the presentation.
So we use Business Roundtable in this paper as variation in the SEC's discussion of academic research. So Business Roundtable versus the SEC was a DC kind of circuit court case that struck down the SEC's proxy access rule. So proxy access was part of Dodd-Frank, and it granted large shareholders of public companies the right to nominate directors and have the nominees included in management's proxy statement. There was some opposition from this, particularly from Business Roundtable and Chamber of Commerce. And so ultimately the court struck it down because of insufficient cost benefit analysis and kind of set a new standard for cost benefit analysis that was not generally the standard from before. And so in the aftermath, there was reviews done by the Government Accountability Office and the SEC's Office of Inspector General. These kind of came to conclusion in January. Given the court case and these reviews, the SEC then implemented new rules on March that created higher standards. Then the House did another kind of review with the Inspector General to make sure that the SEC was being in compliance with the new rules and that these new rules match the standard of Business Roundtable. And so some of these things that changed were that rules now had to frame the costs and benefits neutrally and consistently. They had to try to quantify all costs and explain why any costs that weren't quantified couldn't be quantified. There was discussion, there needed to be discussion of existing studies and papers. The economists needed to attend meetings with third parties, and the chief economist now had to this formalized process of concurring with economic analysis. There was a little bit of a de facto kind of veto power that they had. We also see kind of afterwards, not just more rules, but also more resources. So the Division of Economic Risk Analysis, which is the part of the SEC that houses its economists, it saw its budget increase dramatically after Business Roundtable, and they used a lot of this to hire more business and economics PhDs. And so in this paper, we're interpreting some of these increased resources and hiring practices as kind of the fallout of Business Roundtable. And so this takes us to our hypothesis section. So we would expect that after Business Roundtable, we would see an increase in the number of academic citations on proposed or final rules, and an increase in the ratio of papers discussing the costs of regulation or changes to regulation relative to the discussion of the benefits. Both of these we see as being something that you could potentially see under both the public interest theory or the capture theory, given some of the reasons that I stated earlier, where capture theory tends not to rely on research a lot. Public interest, there could be issues with confirmation bias. It could be like the student that has the correct answer but forgets to show their work, or it could be even that a lot of academic research doesn't really match their needs. And so thus this court case is asking them to look for things that doesn't quite match up with their ideal purpose. Then we have our hypothesis 3A, 3B, where we do see kind of differences in what we would expect based on the theory of government, where if we have a public interest theory, we might expect that by incorporating more of the academic research, we would hopefully see that there's more comprehensive kind of internalization of the costs and benefits. And kind of the role of lobbying under the public interest theory is to raise potential costs and benefits that the regulator hasn't thought of. And so we would expect then a decrease, particular in negative lobbying because of this better internalization. With capture theory, we might expect that if they're just citing some papers, but they're still doing what the dominant interest wants, it's just, you know, now there's a bunch of like discussion of Renee Schultz and Christian Leutz in there as well, then we wouldn't really expect the lobbying to change. If it is kind of more actually changing what the end result is, we would expect that this dominant interest group that has captured them would react with a lot of negative lobbying to kind of push back against these changes.
Okay, Rachel, I think it's a good time to maybe open for another set of questions, given that you already presented your predictions. So let's just try to keep questions and answers relatively shorter. So Ed, you're next.
Rachel, super interesting question. I just want to highlight something that's been talked about in the chat that struck me as very important, and it's the selective citation issue, that they're just picking the subset of papers that that fit with their preconceived notions. So one suggestion for this, I wonder if you could take some regulation that has a very specific name, like maybe something about compensation clawbacks or XBRL, do a search of all of the literature that is on that topic, and then quantify for us how many of the papers are cited, and then use that to sort of see whether they're selective citation. Even though it would only be a couple of small case studies, I think it could go a long way for me, which actually seems like the most important issue. My second suggestion for you is to try to get at this. Your hypotheses are a little bit one-sided, that we'll see less negative lobbying, for instance. But what might be interesting to look at, in Dodd-Frank, there were a number of provisions that were that the SEC was told to implement, but by the time they got around to implementing them, it was a different political regime at the SEC. And so clawbacks is one of them. The SEC seemed to, it took them 5-6 years to think about doing this, and they didn't seem to want to do it. So they're not actually arguing for the benefits, because Congress told them to enact this thing. The SEC doesn't seem to want to, and you could maybe get the opposite side of the prediction that you have here, that there's more, say, pro-lobbying afterwards because they have selectively picked more costs or something like that. Just two suggestions.
Yeah, so that's an interesting thing to look at empirically. I know when it comes to controls, because there was some concern for some things that the mandatory rules, that's why we have a control analysis for these kind of rules that Congress is essentially requiring them to write. But we'll have to think more about not just the negative lobbying with a positive. One more brief thing on that is, it does seem from the political literature that a lot of lobbying is focused on negative lobbying. Something to think about. Thank you.
Okay, Anna, you next.
Hi, Rachel. I really enjoyed the paper. Nice job. My question is about, you approach the paper strictly from the demand side. So how the SEC changes their demand for evidence-based research. And surely this also changed the supply. I don't know by how much, but surely that's also impacting your results on citations. So I'm wondering if, I find the supply side interesting as well. I'm wondering if you're interested in that or want to, better control for it. And if so, if you could potentially do more with when the paper, whether it was a working paper or a published paper, or when it was posted to SSRN or something like that, to sort of isolate the changes in the supply of relevant research.
We do have data on the relative age of the different papers. So we could actually think of looking at that, or whether it's a working paper or not, as a control. I think just because of the scope of the paper, we were a little bit too hesitant to go deep into some of the supply side stuff, just because in some ways I feel like that is a whole paper in itself. But I think that you're right that because there's an endogenous market, we realize that this is very descriptive, but to think about how to maybe control more for some of the supply side effects, that you offer some good suggestions.
All right, let's take a question from Miguel.
Hi, Rachel. Good job, and also a good job presenting. It's always tough to be at the JAR conference. So I have several questions. I put them in the chat, but the one that is one of the most concerning to me is a back channel. A lot of the research that is cited is working papers, but it's because a lot of working papers are written to give input to the standards. So I would also want to know how many of those papers cite as a motivation the standard, right? And at least in my audit mini world, most of the research that is cited by PCAOB is experimental or early in nature, because it's a two-way process. And as part of evidence of the two-way process, a number of common letters are written by academics, right? So that will, it's interesting what is the interaction between the two sides.
There's a little bit there of, if I feel like if something is written maybe too blatantly in that this is just to give feedback to a regulator very extemporaneously, that might be reflected a little bit in our descriptive data about whether those papers were then published, as of last summer. I don't think I necessarily have any objection to the papers having as a motivation wanting to affect the regulators, though. So,
well, because in some areas, at least in auditing for sure, a great deal of research is focused on early initiatives put forth by the PCAOB or the IASB or other regulators, right? I've written papers that are based on that, and I've written comment letters to comment on my papers based on the proposals that the PCAOB has put, right? So the SEC is less blatant, but it might be, in general, it might be at least descriptively important to say what type of research is being cited. And this is important because if they just cite Jensen and Meckling, it just seems that they're doing this to give themselves respectability. If they just say there is an agency problem that requires additional disclosure, and then they cite that paper or others, it's really not that research has caused an input into the standard setting process. It's just that they're using research to sort of polish their arguments, perhaps. But instead, if they use research on internal control weaknesses to support getting rid of them, for example, then we're talking about a different process.
I think that gets a little bit into with how substantive the discussion of academic research is.
Correct.
And so we do see a fair variation there. And I think from our surveys, we do see that there's still a lot of room for a lot more substantive discussion. That there's still a lot of just the SEC is saying like, well, there's research in this area, or Jensen and Meckling says that there's agency costs. So maybe think about how to better incorporate that kind of substantive discussion into the paper more.
I won't take more of the time. The questions are in the chat, and I leave time for somebody else. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's take one more question from Christian and then go back to the presentation.
Thanks. Obviously, very cool paper, and I'm excited to see this researched a bit. So I'm going to move you a little bit forward with the question, but first I want to quickly just piggyback of Ed's comment. If you were to do something along the lines of what he suggested, you would also get a sense potentially to what extent there is a consensus in the literature on a particular topic, which then might also help you with identifying, is there cherry picking or not? And there's a really interesting paper by Gordon Dahl that shows that when there's greater depth in the literature, there's more consensus amongst economists. So I'll put that in the chat, you can look at it. The question that I have to move you forward is there's a striking difference between what you find for proposals and what you find for the final rules. And in particular, what struck me is how they're losing citations going from the proposal to the final. And that's something you have, sometimes there's interaction in there, but you don't really do anything with it. And I wonder that is where you potentially see a lot more of the process, that's been going on after the rule got proposed. So I think teasing that out and looking a bit more into that would potentially be quite interesting.
I agree with you there that there's more that we would like to understand about the appearance of almost like a decrease in discussion then of academic research in some of the final responses, particularly in the post period.
Yeah, and look, just to interject real quick, if you look at some of your tables, it even looks like some of the results that you generally describe seem to be only there for the proposals, not for the final ruling.
Yeah, yes. So for the increase in cost citations, we see that for the proposed, when we look into the final, we find a univariate increase, but when we run a multivariate, there's not a statistically significant kind of increase in cost citations for final releases. So that is, I think, somewhat interesting that you have this increase for the proposal stage, but not as much for the final stage. And so I think there is room for more kind of investigation of that. Can I move forward a little bit?
Sure.
So part of the rulemaking process is that there's this need that arises for new regulation, maybe because Congress passed a new rule, maybe because of demand for new technology, maybe because of wanting to change the interpretation, maybe that has arisen because of enforcement needs. And so sometimes if the SEC wants a lot of feedback, they might do a concept release that then leads to a proposed release. But a lot of times you'll just start off with a proposed release. And so we kind of truncate and just start our analysis looking at the proposed releases. Then after the proposed release, the SEC allows for a period of public comment. They then review the public comments and they either write another proposed release or they then write a final release, which is then voted upon by the commissioners. If it passes the vote, then it's part of the federal rules then. So our business roundtable court case happened in July. We generally start collecting data around 2007, 2008. We're a little bit tighter for our lobbying because we want to get that more closely identified, kind of closer to actual shock. We have as our official host variable, though, as the implementation of the new cost benefit analysis rules that happened in March. So we have our sample that is made up of 176 proposed releases, 181 final releases. There are 879 unique papers cited in these documents. And when we look then at the proposed releases, we see a little less than 19,000 comment letters. So some of the descriptive data, we see that, again, about 23% of what the SEC is citing is working papers. And then what of the published papers, it seems like they are primarily citing from high impact journals, particularly in finance, but you also see like Journal of Accounting and Economics and the Accounting Review as being highly cited journals as well. Do you want to stop for questions or?
No, just let's do a few more slides and then we'll stop for questions.
Okay. We show descriptors on what some of the most cited papers are. You can see the majority of them are finance papers. It does seem like there's a number of theory papers, which again goes to this generalizability idea, and that they are trying to think of papers that can speak broadly to the costs. We show what the final rules are that have some of the most citations. From here, you can see just that a number of them are in our post period, but it does seem like the depth of the literature does seem to have some impact on the numbers of papers cited. We then look to see for that 23% of the citations that are working papers, how many of them were published as of late spring, early summer of last year. We do acknowledge that this is a floor rather than a ceiling because publication takes a while. And so we see, like, depending on how you got the data, that there's roughly like 41, 42% of the papers have been published. And again, they are being published primarily at high impact journals, fairly similar to the journals that the SEC is citing from. We tried to measure the tone of whether or not the SEC was using this to highlight the benefits of the change to regulation or downplaying the costs. And we classify that as a benefit paper. We have our cost papers where they either explain potential costs or provide evidence against potential benefits. And we have kind of neutral papers that's just about establishing facts or statistics related to the background of the regulation. It's important for these that we are basing this based off of what the SEC says, not what the paper actually concludes. So we look for things like primary benefits would be a reduction in compliance costs. And so even if the Engel paper, the Lutz paper, and the Brava et al. Paper, sorry, all for all those, if they come to different conclusions or none of those actually say the things about capital formation that the SEC says that they say, we are still counting them as benefit papers because that is how the SEC is kind of discussing them within the regulation. This is why our survey, looking at the accuracy, is so important. Similarly, with the cost papers, we're again looking for kind of discussion of with respect to cost. As you can see from these examples, there's generally some mention of the paper in the main body of the text, and then there's often a footnote where they might go into the specifics or mention more papers in the literature.
Rachel, there are approximately like 15 minutes left, so let's present the main result quickly and then open for questions. At least start presenting results and then open for questions again.
Yeah. So we show some of the figures to show the changes over time. From here, you can see that the number of citations and the proportion of citations are going up. We see a less strong effect for our final rules, but we do see some of that as well. Our main regression models for hypothesis 1, we look at the presence or number of citations. Our main independent variable is whether or not the rule is before or after business roundtable. We control for the length of the document that we believe might have to do with the complexity of the regulation, and also whether or not it's tied specifically to a new legislation, which for our time period is going to mean either Dodd-Frank or the Jobs Act. In table 5, we have our hypothesis 2, where we have our measure of citation tone, and same controls. Dependent variable again is whether or not it's after post. So we can see here in table 4 that our main variable post is positive and statistically significant. That means that we are seeing an increase in the likelihood that there's citations and in the number of citations. So there's, roughly a, 15 to 25% increase in the likelihood that there's at least one citation in our post period. And when it comes to the number of citations, we see that it looks like in the proposed documents that there's an average increase of about 10 papers. And in our final releases, there's about an increase of 2.5 or 3 papers. Then when we look at the number and percentage of cost citations, again, for our main independent variable, we see a positive and statistically significant relationship. This is being driven in the proposed documents. As we can see from the F statistic, that there is not actually a statistical increase in the post period in final releases.
Okay, maybe this is a good time to stop and take a few more questions. Matt.
Hi, I really like the paper. I think it's really nice. There's a lot of meat, and I love how you've combined various different methodologies with both some archival analysis as well as some survey design. Now, I'm a little curious, though, the way you've sort of framed the paper, both so far in your presentation and in the write-up. You have these 4 hypotheses where sort of the first 2 are pitched as just showing that this business roundtable had some bite, right? Just showing, hey, does the SEC actually respond? Okay, cool, they do. Now we can use the setting to try to tease out public interest versus capture. And I sort of see where you're coming from with that, but in some sense, I think you could use those first 2 hypotheses a lot more. And what I mean by that is, but if I think about what it would mean for the SEC to have a public interest motivation, right? Public interest theory, they should already be using all available information that's going to help them make decisions, help them, implement regulations that are going to be better for whoever it is that they view, as being the people they're, trying to improve the situation of. And so to the extent that they effectively needed to be reprimanded into using research, it seems like that tells us something either about the usefulness of the research to the regulators for the purpose of public interest, right? Maybe it isn't useful and now they're just being forced to, put in a bunch of stuff that's irrelevant, but they've been told to do it, so they're going to comply. Or that they had some ulterior motives for which relying on useful information that would help them construct better regulation was not necessarily in their best interest. Now, in the paper, you have just a couple sentences on this where you basically say, well, it's conceivable that they would be, benevolent but imperfect, and they wouldn't, recognize the value. But I'm wondering if you've given any more thought to sort of just what it means for the fact that there had to be this intervention in the first place, and what that tells us about the SEC and how they view research and what their goals might be.
So there's a little bit there too of originally the writing of the rules was a lot more done by the lawyers. And so I think that there is a little bit, especially with the lawyers of the opinion of like, yes, we'll use this to kind of in our writing to as a kind of justification, with a little bit of this kind of thing of, well, we've done some kind of economic consideration. And we've come to this conclusion. And so now we are going to write up why we are right, kind of thing. And so there might be a little bit of the difference between what we end result see, kind of especially in the pre-period, and the full how economic research is being used. So that's one other kind of potential interpretation, which is why I think we're a little bit too hesitant to say of, well, obviously this means that either they are captured in some way or research is not as helpful as we would like it to be.
I hate to tack on, but I want to clarify your answer just to make sure I'm understanding. So is your view of this intervention that it forced the SEC, well, don't want to say forced, that as a result, the SEC started relying on the literature more, or they just started sort of explicitly spelling out for the reader how they used the existing literature?
I would like to say that it's more of the first than the second, but I cannot entirely rule out the second.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, Lauren.
Hi, Rachel. I really like reading the paper. I think I agree with everyone. It's an important issue to dig into. Like Christian, I was also really interested in that the results seem to be different between the proposed and the final rules. And I kept wondering while I was reading the paper if it was some sort of different selection process afterwards. You show the number of proposals goes down. And so does this essentially mean that like they're now only proposing and enacting really good final rules, and they've sort of, gotten rid all of the ones where there were more discussion of costs because they got ones that actually have fewer costs? So that was one thing I was wondering about. So it might be interesting to link up the proposed and the final rules in your sample, because you didn't, as far as I could tell, you don't really track between an initial proposal and a final rule. So it'd be interesting to see if you sort of restricted to the ones where you can track between the two, if it changed between the proposed and the final rule, or it was just the type of rule. And then the other thing I was wondering about related to that is also if it just takes a long time for final rules to be approved. So it could just be that you're not seeing these changes in the post period for the final rules because they were all proposed much earlier and then took a really long time to be enacted. So essentially the post period would be later for them.
Okay, so a couple things.
Yeah.
Rachel, you have 6 minutes left, so let's keep the response relatively short and move on with the presentation.
Yeah. So I think that we did do kind of a within sample fixed effects in untabulated results. And our findings were fairly similar with things. I think that some of it might be with your story about it just being later, but I don't think that that is all of like why we don't see as strong as a result. I think you had one other question at the beginning, but given the time constraints.
I'll email you afterwards.
Thank you. So we had M-Turkers read our comment letters and gauge whether they were for, against, neutral. It's worth noting here that what the SEC does for form letters, where there's a whole bunch of people sending in all essentially the same letter, is they treat that as one letter. We also treat that then as just one letter. And so we're looking to see for then our percentage of negative comments as our dependent variable, after Business Roundtable as our independent, and again with the same controls as in our first. We do see kind of for this descriptive statistics, we see a large decrease in comment letters after the post period. Part of this is related to the decrease in rules in the post period, which may or may not be attributable to, I think, what Lauren mentioned before of the SEC might not be going forward with rules which they might have in the past because of this new cost benefit analysis that they are doing. But that would require us to do a lot more thinking about the process by which rules come up. And so that might be an area for future research. Okay, going to our results, we see that in the post period that when there is an increase in citations or cost citations, we see a decrease in the negative lobbying, which is what we had predicted under the public interest theory. Lastly, we ran 2 surveys, one of which was of the authors whose work was cited. We started off by asking them what they felt about the accuracy and the substantiveness of the SEC. They generally felt that the SEC was usually accurate, lower opinion on the substantiveness. They felt like one of the biggest challenges was that research lags behind the pressing issues. They felt like one of the biggest benefits was that it could lead to better regulation design. Their views when looked at their own research were fairly similar on accuracy, but they tend to find the discussion of their own research more substantive than the general SEC discussion. It seems like there's still room for the SEC to interact more with academics because most of these people said that the SEC didn't reach out to them directly. And that their opinions have mostly not changed from specifically seeing what the SEC said about their paper. Now, it could be because that they do research in this area, that their views about the accuracy or the substantiveness of the SEC don't match what the general accounting academic population would feel. So we ran a second survey where we also then compared to other agencies where the SEC was seen as being accurate than say the Federal Reserve or the FASB, but a little bit more than the PCOB and a little bit less than the other academics. It's also worth noting that people were more likely to have an opinion on the accuracy of other academics than on any of these regulatory agencies. We then show the general survey, random quotes from the SEC, and ask them to rate the accuracy and substantiveness of these quotes, where we showed them the paragraph that the citation was and the footnote. We found that their views on the accuracy increased to be much closer to what the views of the authors were, but that they still had a fairly low opinion of the substantiveness of the statements.
Rachel, we're actually out of time, so if you can wrap up and summarize, that would be great.
So in conclusion, we find that regulators tend to be selective in discussion of academic research without a standard of cost benefit analysis. We find that this can lead to more and potentially less biased citation of academic regulation. We find that the inclusion of academic research is associated with less negative lobbying, and that the authors characterize the description as mostly accurate and fairly substantive. This is kind of the first larger sample, although still very relatively small sample, study on the practice of regulators, and we hope that this sparks conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for an excellent presentation, for Himin taking care of the chat, for everybody who participated in a discussion in the chat and in person. And we have approximately 40 minutes break, lunch break until 12:50. Thank you so much.
Great job, Regina.
Thank you. Great job for Rachel.
Everyone did well.
Thank you.
Moderators don't get enough credit.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much, Regina, for like.
Thanks. Sorry I had to cut you by the end. We just wanted to end relative on time, but I think you conveyed the main message of the paper. And there's a lot in the chat that we all can go over later.
Yeah, it's so nice to have these chats.
And yeah, it's a good idea. Maybe we should keep it going forward for a regular conference. Whenever we have a regular conference, I hope.
Yeah, we'll just keep that live, happening. People be on their phones chatting.
I know. Okay, just relax now. You're done. I see you soon.
See you guys in a while.
Travis, I don't know if you're there, but if you want to try your slides and then maybe talk to Lisa, see if you can share your screen.
Yeah, I'm waiting to be made co-host from Lisa. Lisa, are you there?
Yeah, so she'll come back. I'll be back at 12:40 as well. So
okay.
Maybe 10 minutes before we officially start.
That sounds great.
Okay.
Travis, I was gonna put up a note about lunch for right now, and about 15 minutes before we get started, I'll make you a co-host and we can post your slides.
That sounds great.
Okay,
all right.
15 minutes then. So I'll be back in here at 12:35. Okay.
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Rodrigo.
I love seeing everybody's different virtual backgrounds. Like Bill, I love your background. It's like, that's gotta be an office in one of the classrooms at Duke, I'm guessing.
Yeah, the students love it, man. It's a clear picture. They think it's like the classroom kind of. So I think it makes them feel better.
It looks like you're just sitting on like the desk, you know, having a chat with them. It's great.
So we'll start in a couple minutes, but Travis, you're all set, good to go?
Yep, we're great.
Okay, Eugene, hands on the chat, look in the chat.
How do I give anonymous comments?
I don't know if you can censor
You
your name,
cannot.
Don.
We'll give one more minute and you start sharply at 12:50 Chicago time. Okay, so it's 12:50. Good afternoon, everybody. Let's resume our sessions and have the two papers remaining for the conference. Before I start the presentation, I'd like to take a minute to recognize the person that actually worked the most to put this conference together. As you can imagine, organizing a JAR conference is hard enough. Organizing one during COVID with all the added stress and all the logistics and everything, it's a new benchmark. So Lisa, I don't know if you're there, but certainly on behalf of the actors and all the participants, would like to thank you for all the work that you put behind the scenes in getting this conference to happen. And of course, for all the work that you do for JAR. Thank you.
Thanks, Rodrigo.
Okay, so now to the presentation. Before I pass it to Travis, I was actually listening to Jim Ryan this morning presenting his paper on activists. And the first thing I did, I went there and Googled some of the names. And turns out that the most active activist in his sample, the second most, the first thing I found was a profile on Seeking Alpha. So he has a profile of Seeking Alpha, and he shares a lot of the equity research done via the Seeking Alpha allegations and the posts. And the reason I'm bringing this up is that it's a perfect segue for the paper we're going to see now. So our next paper is by Travis Dyer and Yoo-Ji Kim, both from Cornell University, and it's on anonymous equity research. Travis will present the paper, Yoo-Ji will be on the chat, and Travis, you'll have the next 5 minutes uninterrupted, and then I'll monitor the participation.
Awesome. Thank you, Rodrigo, and thanks to all the editors at the journal and Lisa for organizing such a great conference. Today, I'm presenting the paper titled Anonymous Equity Research, and it's co-authored work with Yoo-Ji Kim, who is a 5th-year PhD student here. She's been an excellent co-author and a good friend. So she's on the market this year. I would definitely look out for her packet. She's quite outstanding, so take a look at her. To give you a bit of a backdrop for this study, what we observe is that crowdsourced information platforms tend to provide useful information to market participants. So studies like Antweller and Frank, looking at Yahoo Finance blog posts, they see that these blog posts are associated with stock price movement, share turnover. Chen et al. 2014 looks at Seeking Alpha articles and sees that these articles on this crowdsourced platform tend to be associated with subsequent stock price movement, predictive of future earnings. And then James et al. 2016, they look at Estimize, and Estimize is this sort of platform that aggregates individuals' forecasts of earnings. And that study found that this aggregated forecast of earnings, this crowdsourced forecast, is incrementally predictive of future earnings relative to other common benchmarks. So this suggests that crowdsourced information can provide useful information to market participants. However, recently the anonymity of content contributors on these platforms has come under increased scrutiny. And this is because of this concern for a lack of credibility. Now, to illustrate this credibility concern, recently in 2014, the SEC filed a lawsuit against Galena Biopharma. And Galena Biopharma, they hired an external entity to promote their stock. They had stock price targets that they were giving this entity. And they were promoting the Galena Biopharma on crowdsourced platforms such as Seeking Alpha. They did so anonymously and didn't disclose their affiliation with Galena Biopharma. So around this time, insiders traded approximately $16 million in shares. The SEC filed a lawsuit, and Seeking Alpha acknowledged this potential integrity problem and made dramatic changes to monitoring their content contributors following this event. However, crowdsourced platforms do continue to support anonymity on their platforms. And really the argument goes something like this. So Seeking Alpha's CEO, Eli Hoffman, gave these three risks that are mitigated. So by allowing anonymity, it mitigates certain author risks. These risks might be physical risk. I'm surveilling an asset and I don't want my identity associated with that surveillance. Maybe if I write a certain contrarian article, I could lose access to management, get fired, or certainly maybe I could have these like negative social interactions with my peers. And so by allowing authors to remain anonymous, this permits certain unique, groundbreaking research to be published on the platform that wouldn't be published otherwise. So the objective in our study is to look at how investors react to anonymously authored equity research on financial information platforms. And we do this using a short horizon event study. So we look at articles being posted and seeing how the market reaction to those articles varies depending on whether the author is anonymous or non-anonymous. We acknowledge that this market reaction event study is both a joint test of article informativeness and article credibility. So to provide more inference regarding credibility, the credibility concern, we provide time series and cross-sectional variation in author credibility using the Galena Biopharma lawsuit that I just mentioned previously, as well as variation within across author with author reputation. So to give just a brief preview of our findings in this paper, using Seeking Alpha as our testing ground for this study, we find some interesting time series patterns that over time, anonymity seems to be becoming more prominent on the platform. With regard to our main research question, we see that investors tend to react less to anonymous articles, which is consistent with this credibility concern that they view these articles as being less credible. And then lastly, when looking at variation in author credibility using the Galena Biopharma lawsuit and reputation tests, we see that as the credibility of authors improves through either increased monitoring or increased reputation, the market discount to anonymity is mitigated. So this is maybe getting me close to my 5-minute mark. Are there any questions, Rodrigo, or should I keep going?
Not yet, you can keep going.
All right.
We just have Phil Berger, so we'll open up the floor. Phil?
Yeah, sorry, this is pretty minor, I think, Travis. I'm just wondering, it's not exactly in the context of what you are doing, but do you know, like, I would wonder whether any of the platforms might think it's in their interest to both allow anonymity, but also try to assure the end user that they have screened out, certain unwanted types of anonymous posting. So for example, from firm insiders or something. So is there any, do any of the platforms have any discussion of anything that they say they do or think they might do in the future to do some kind of controlling or screening of the anonymous posts?
So certainly after this event, Seeking Alpha had a couple articles that they wrote where they said, hey, we're monitoring this now, we're doing IP tracking, we're blacklisting certain companies. And so I think that was maybe an effort to get at what you're saying, is like getting the word out that, hey, we are monitoring this stuff. No need to worry. And so, that is sort of a feature of this setting is these platforms may have this incentive, if they want you to rely on their article's content, to convince you that it is credible.
Thank you.
Eric So.
Hey, Travis. Really great study. I enjoyed reading and thinking about it. I spent a little bit of time poking around Seeking Alpha for like a non-academic reason, just sort of trying to understand some of the information that's on there. And one of the things I've noticed is that there's a lot of variation in the types of information that are being conveyed in a Seeking Alpha article, in the sense that some people are just sort of like posting their general beliefs without substantiating it. Some people are trying to interpret news events. Other people are actually doing some deep dive analysis, which looks credible. And so one of the things I thought you could do a little bit more of in the paper is really just start to open up the content of these disclosures a bit more, and trying to give the reader a bit more of the sense of the mechanism through which there is sort of a less reaction. I mean, one of the things that I'm guessing is sort of lurking in the background is that it seems kind of interesting to distinguish the role of anonymity. That is just like my inability to observe the person who's presenting versus me reacting to some correlated omitted variable like the content. And so like you may worry a little bit about that the reputable authors are the ones who are sort of reacting to some form of volatility clustering or just some news event that's not like the big ones that you're controlling for. And that's giving rise to some of this variability you're documenting. And so I guess what I would say is just like a little bit more information about some of the differences, not just, like I think in unpacking the actual disclosures or statements could be quite useful. And then just some discussion about like how to interpret the differential reactions would be helpful.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, that speaks to my heart. I love doing some content analysis. We've gone back and forth amongst us co-authors about what we want to do with that. It could be pretty descriptive and exploratory analysis. So that's sort of maybe a trade-off that we were thinking of. But I would personally be inclined to sort of exploring that maybe in another paper or this paper, just sort of what's going on and unpacking what these articles are talking about. I think that's a really interesting point.
Travis, could I offer just one simple suggestion before I pass the book along here, which is it may be useful for you to like plot an event time, like where the event date is the release date of the article, and then just show what does the distribution of absolute returns look like around that event. That may help sort of get at some of this issue of like, are they reacting to some event or just sort of the emergence of volatility that has some persistence that you may be picking up on, or if there really is some sort of difference in the way we're reacting simply because of differences in credibility. And I'm not saying that it will solve all the issues, but it'll just sort of give some sort of more context to some of these differences.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great suggestion. I did an internal brown bag list last week at Cornell, and that sort of came up looking at, you're sort of saying like a beaver type plot, right? Where you're just sort of looking at event study, what's going on pre-post. I think that's a great suggestion. Thanks, Eric.
Matt Bloomfield.
Hey, Travis, really cool study.
Thank you.
I would say my main question at the moment is just, I'm trying to understand what exactly anonymity means in the context of this study, because it seems like the way you're using it is, maybe it's consistent with common parlance, but I'm not so sure, because it seems like this is a setting where anonymity means I don't know who you are outside the context of seeking alpha, or wherever you're looking. I can't remember. But I do know exactly who you are within this context, in the sense that you have a unique identifier, and to the extent that you have a track record of behavior, I can follow that entire time series and I can attribute all of it to you. And it seems like that distinction matters a lot depending on who this person actually is, right? If it's just some random person for whom their bio wouldn't provide any additional information, the fact that you don't know who they are in real life is not particularly relevant, because all you really need to know is, have they made a bunch of predictions in the past? How have those panned out? Did they substantiate their claims, etc.? Obviously, if somebody was saying, well, I manage, an enormous hedge fund, or I'm an insider, at this particular company, and I have some information, like that would be useful. But how do you think about anonymity in a context where you really do have a lot of information about who this person is within the context in which you're interacting with them? You just don't know who they are, sort of biographically, like what their name is, what they do for a living, etc.
Yeah, so this is maybe an opportunity to plug along in a couple slides, but maybe I'll answer that after a few more questions.
Yeah, if you want to table it, that's fine.
No, I think it's a really important question, is sort of like defining anonymity in and of itself. I would say it's pretty prickly. You're sort of saying there's one component, which is this reputation component, where I can identify you through your online activity. And then we focus in on sort of the biographical component of it. What I like about the study is we have both pieces in the study, right? It's sort of, we do look at both of these pieces and how they interact with one another. But we were particularly interested on the biographical piece, because this is really where possibly my ability to understand your incentives for writing and those sorts of attributes start becoming more salient. So that's where we sort of are in our minds, but hopefully that helps. And maybe when we talk through some of that a little bit further, it'll give a little bit more clarity. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks.
Travis, there are quite a few hands in the chat. Why don't you take two more, Mary and Meng Li, and then keep pushing a little bit on the presentation. So Mary Barr.
Okay, Travis, actually my question is closely related to Matt's. It's in the middle of the paper, you talk about Seeking Alpha actually knows the identity of these people. I guess I took that to mean the real person. They're out of Seeking Alpha person. But yet there's these fake profiles. And I was just wondering, if Seeking Alpha knows who they are really in real life, why do they allow fake profiles? I couldn't reconcile those two things.
Yeah, so I would sort of view those as two separate things. One is they think they know everyone. And then the other is there's a possibility that they've been deceived. So I could spoof my IP address. I could create a dummy email address and say I'm, Eric So, but I'm not really Eric So, right? So there's sort of those two channels. One is I do have to provide some information to Seeking Alpha about myself, but it's hard to verify that information is true. So that was what we were trying to get at in the paper, is there's the argument that Seeking Alpha knows, but there's also still a possibility that they may not know. A reasonably nefarious person with enough resources could deceive the platform.
Travis, one more question from Meng Li, and then you pitch the presentation a bit more.
Oh. Hi, Travis. It's a very interesting paper. I enjoyed reading it. So I have a question. So from the person who write articles on Seeking Alpha, like what's their incentive in terms of whether they want to become anonymous or they want to share their biographic information? Because if they know that investors would react less if they are anonymous, would that then motivate them to become motivate them to share their real name and biographical information. And then on the other hand, like if I'm nobody, and I know that sharing my information actually wouldn't help me like become more credible, would that actually, would I maybe stay anonymous? Would that be a better choice?
Yeah, so there's, I think, a lot to sort of talk about there. In the paper, we talk about just in general some of the incentives that people have, like payment for, you know, payment for clicks on their articles. Maybe they own a stock and they're trying to push the stock in the direction. But I think what you're getting at is the choice to be anonymous or not. Is there a certain incentive that's there? Of that list that we have in the paper, and maybe I can just show those in the room just briefly what that is. So here are the four broad categories for contributing to the platform. We think people that are anonymous are probably in all of these categories, but the concern, this credibility concern that that we are talking about in the paper is most likely linked to this one. So the choice to be anonymous in order to sort of mask what my incentives are for price movement is most likely linked to this stock ownerships setting. But I think there's many reasons, and maybe what you're saying is we could add a little bit more to the paper in terms of just saying what sorts of incentives you have to contribute anonymously or not. I mean, I talked about earlier on in the presentation that it provides some benefit to authors, right? In that they might have protections, physical protections, or reputation protections in their employment or other things of that nature. But maybe we can do a better job of detailing some of those trade-offs that people face.
Right. Yeah, I think that would help because this is like a game, right? So the user, they can choose whether to become anonymous or not, and then the investors would react to that. So adding a little bit more from the contributors side, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to jump back to preview of findings. So just to push ahead a little bit, right, Rodrigo, or am I taking another hand?
No, go ahead. Push a little bit. We'll put a quick hold on the questions and then we'll come back.
All right. So to give you just high level what we're doing in this study, we look at Seeking Alpha, and what's kind of appealing about Seeking Alpha is firstly, we know there's market reaction to these articles and that they explicitly and maybe controversially allow anonymity on the platform. And the third reason why Seeking Alpha is kind of a nice setting to look at is this Galena Biopharma lawsuit was particularly focused in on those on that platform. We focus in on single ticker, single author articles. This gives us inference on just one firm, just one author to improve the inferences in the paper. And we come out with 161,000 articles. So what I want to give you an idea of is the types of articles that you can see on the platform. And hopefully some of you are curious enough to actually go to the website and look through some of these things. But here's one right here, and I know you can't read the text at all, but it was written by Chemist Frog. You don't really have much biographical information about Chemist Frog, other than started contributing in 2009. And, you know, maybe I'm not the best person to give judgment here, but when I read this article, it's actually pretty detailed about the pharmaceutical business. And just a little tidbit about this article we're seeing here is this was one of the articles that was in question for the Galena Biopharma lawsuit. So Chemist Frog was one of the authors for that was writing on behalf of Galena Biopharma. Now, maybe to Matt's earlier comment, what we're thinking of in terms of our construct is the perceived anonymity to readers. This is also called discursive anonymity, or the ability to attribute the identity of a person to the discourse that you receive. And then we sort of focus in on the biographical aspect of anonymity. Another example of an author is Gary Gordon, where Gary provides just a bunch of information about himself. works for Pacific Park Financial. Over here, provides the company that he's working for, a website link, Twitter link, an email address can be on here sometimes, LinkedIn, what university you attended, where you've worked. So what we do is we manually scrape all of the author bios and grab all of this information from their biography and classify authors as non-anonymous and anonymous in 2 steps. So the first is a computer-based step. Basically, if you have any of these attributes, you have a website link or a Twitter account, email, then you're classified as non-anonymous. Those that pass that barrier, we go through and manually read. So if you have a business name, company reference in the bio, then you're not anonymous, and everybody else is anonymous. So based on this classification, what we see is from 2009, where there, in terms of the number of articles, about 6% of articles were written anonymously. And then up to 2014, close to around 40% of articles were written anonymously. And what's interesting to us is this sort of rise stops around 2014. And this is right around the time when the Galena Biopharma lawsuit came into play, where arguably in this post period, the SEC and Seeking Alpha are doing more monitoring of the platform content contributors. Maybe I can take a few more questions, Rodrigo.
Yep, sure, got it right, Charlie.
I was just typing up my question to post, but I guess I can ask it. My take on Matt's and Mary's questions were, what is the value of not being anonymous on these platforms? So what does it get you? What does it get the investor if the person is not anonymous? I mean, that's sort of my way of thinking about this. And if it's an identified analyst and the identified analyst is wrong more often, then their analysis will be dismissed or they will disappear, which is almost the same as an anonymous analyst who retains their identity, for example, like Chemist Frog, or switches identity, right? So why would the ex ante hypothesis be that not being anonymous has a benefit, or investors would perceive it as such, other than maybe tracking somebody down on the street and attacking them if they lost wealth, right? Like, I mean, other than that, what is the value on this platform?
Yeah, so maybe if I can recharacterize your question, you're saying, why would we ever put our identity out there? Is that sort of your question?
Yes. I mean, that's an extreme version of my question, because with choice you can. My question is more than if you do or do not, why does it matter?
Yeah, so I mean, it is an interesting thing to think about. I think if you're going for, hey, I want to, if your sole objective is to maybe move stock prices in a pre-specified direction, and you think maybe it's possible by putting my name to it, I'm a well-known person, high reputation outside in this industry. If I put my name to it, maybe there is price movement in my favor. So that might be an incentive.
You mean if they bring pre-existing reputations in, like to the platform? Is that?
Yeah, exactly, right. So like I'm a big investor or up and coming investor, and here's my first time writing on the platform. I'm hearing some audio in the background.
This is not a great time. I'm in the middle of a conference call.
Sorry, I lost track, Shugata, but my quick answer there is I think there are some incentives to put your identity out there. Possibly, it depends on why you're writing in the first place, right? Like if I want to be just an author that provides equity research, maybe I want to put my name out there for praise. Maybe I want to. I'm the first time author, I've built a reputation outside the platform, I might put my name on there. But it is interesting. I think what you're highlighting is there is maybe tension of why would I even want to put my identity out there?
Yeah, yeah, that's good enough for now, and we can chat offline if necessary.
Thanks, Shigata.
Yeah.
Barrios.
Hey, Travis. So I was hoping you would be by the results now, but I'll kind of push you towards. I'll push you towards that. From kind of an empirical thing along the lines of kind of the reputation stuff and over time, I also wanted to kind of think about when you measure these anonymous reviews, how do we think about these reviews concurring with other non-anonymized reviews? Because kind of the way you set up your specification is at kind of at the writer level, right? So you have writer article. What happens if I have an anonymous review one day that is also being released with a non-anonymous review? Do you drop the non-anonymous?
Those are gone. Those are not in the sample.
So can you tell us something about how likely is that to occur?
Offhand, I don't know. Just because that was like a year or two ago when we made that decision. I can certainly think about it, like look back into it. Do you have a thought of like maybe?
Did you throw away both of them, or did you throw away only the?
Both of them. So if they co-occur on any day, then they're not in the sample.
Because it would be kind of nice to kind of see how the prevalence of that and how that changes through time, right? Because to get a sense of who are these anonymous, like were these earlier anonymous accounts versus later anonymous accounts that are they piggybacking off of other people, or do they occur within 1 or 2 days? That was my other question, is like what do you define as concurrent?
Yeah, so in terms of concurrent, we have, so like you're talking about like other news events that are going on, right?
Other articles that could be non-anonymous that you're also, because your beta is giving the difference between anonymous from non-anonymous. So do you have any of these non-anonymous that are occurring around like a week?
Yeah, I don't know that we've ever looked back and said, hey, let's constrain it to having no non-anonymous in the prior week or something like that. What we have done is we've said if there's any 8Ks, earnings releases, seeking Raven Pack articles in the prior week, let's just throw away all of those articles and just try and focus in and make sure these articles are really more likely to be unique information and find similar results in that test. But we can certainly look into, I think what you're suggesting is.
And the final point also along these lines, like, do you do something with the variation of anonymous, like if there's no name, but a school is there, can you play around with that to kind of see, is it really the name, or could I just put that, I'm anonymous, but I graduated from University of Chicago or from WashU?
Yeah, so we when we first started the study, we basically were thinking, hey, we want to find the setting that's most powerful. So let's constrain this thing like to truly anonymous. We know nothing about them. But maybe what you're suggesting is, and we acknowledge this in the paper, that anonymity is more gradient than that. It's maybe not dichotomous. And so, yeah, I think that is sort of another way to think about it. The reason why we chose the way we did it here is just because we think it's most likely to have power in this more extreme setting.
Let's take one more question from Beth Blankensport.
Right. Well, Travis, I think it's super important to look at credibility right now. So I'm excited that you are looking at this. I had a similar kind of question. Let me build on one part of what John was talking about, and that's thinking the sample selection. So, you talked about there are a lot of incentives to be anonymous, and your paper is it. I wonder if by choosing the sample you are focusing or trying to focus more explicitly on, say, the insider articles. I wonder if what you're capturing are things that are not around disclosure events. They are potentially very private information. And so at one point that's super interesting. At another level, just for univariate descriptives, I think it's useful to make sure that the patterns that you're observing are actually representative across all kinds of anonymous articles, and maybe you do incorporate this. And then I think in terms of the analyses, understanding are we just seeing one type of incentive here? But if you were to look at the full sample, I know it's hard to look at market outcomes for it, but at least for determinants, understanding why they would post an anonymous article using this subsample, you're not going to be able to capture everything. So could you even have part of the paper use the full sample of articles, of the anonymous articles, whether or not there's another on that day? And then another part of the paper use the smaller sample when you're thinking about market outcomes.
Yeah, thanks, Beth. I honestly have not thought about the sort of this constraining piece of that on the determinant side. We definitely could look at that in expanding and just more broadly looking at what these incentives are at play. We sort of have a narrow incentive that we're sort of considering in this paper, but I'm glad you enjoyed the paper and that this is hopefully timely in the research space. We'll definitely think about that stuff more, Beth. Rodrigo, should I keep going or?
Oh, have one more hand. Let's clear the queue here with Zach, and then floor is yours again. Zach?
Yeah, sort of building on some of the comments related to the incentives to be anonymous, are you sort of a little bit concerned that the anonymous analysts are sort of, either responding to or anticipating, firm news more than non-anonymous analysts? I mean, I read Seeking Alpha because there's a lot of dividend research on there. And, I mean, one of the things that occurred to me is that a lot of times when I read these anonymous articles, it seems like someone who works at a hedge fund who's just posting something a couple weeks after they stop trading on it. So they're sort of trying to get it into markets. Are you at all sort of concerned about that issue?
So I guess you're saying, is there systematic reasons, like timing reasons for when you're releasing an article based on anonymity?
Yes, I mean there are reasons why people chose to be anonymous versus non-anonymous, and that can relate to sort of the timeliness of when they're posting their article.
Yeah, I think that's definitely possible. My quick response is like we kind of even provide some evidence of that, right? With the firm insider analysis, where we look at insider trading events and see what the frequency of article posting is around those events. So there is possibly this timing element for anonymity. Did you have a particular piece?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So given that point, I sort of wanted to reference sort of the lengthy literature that debated sort of whether or not analysts cause market reactions. And I mean, to summarize that literature, the basic conclusion is that, yeah, analysts, cause variation in returns, but it's not that frequent. And, concurrent news events are a much bigger deal. And so sort of revisiting, as it relates to your study, it sort of makes me a little bit skeptical that, we're really driving market reactions here with this difference between anonymous versus non-anonymous. I mean, so I know that you control for sort of concurrent events like earnings announcements, but the issue is going to be that, people are going to select to respond to the important earnings announcements versus the not important earnings announcements. So those controls sort of are a bit incomplete. I mean, one thing that you might want to consider is including, analyst coverage variables. Like if an analyst revised their stock price or an analyst revised their recommendation, because that would get at a little bit of sort of selecting on the news. So just a thought.
Yeah, no, I definitely, so I would characterize that as sort of like the main effect. Like, is there reaction to these articles just in general? Is there some sort of, timing piece for all Seeking Alpha articles? I don't know. I haven't really heard a story of why anonymous or non-anonymous would be more or less market reaction. I mean, I think sort of thousand foot view is that we're trying to minimize any sort of co-occurring news events.
I mean, all right. So to sort of put a bit of a point on it, because you seem to be asking me for, I think one, potential explanation of your results is that non-anonymous articles, tend to respond to important firm news events, and anonymous articles are less likely to. So that sort of drives the differential market reaction there. I mean, I don't want to be too critical, but I do think that you might want to look at some of that literature. and try and do things very precisely using TAC data, because I think that there were a number of important research design points that were brought up in the analyst setting that I think are going to be pretty important to try and identify cross-sectional variation in market reactions on seeking alpha.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. We'll definitely think more about this stuff.
Certainly.
Travis, why don't you press forward a little bit, and then we'll go for a few more questions.
Yeah, so we've sort of already talked about this, but what we do is we look at a 3-day market reaction short horizon test. We grab control attributes from the preceding period, immediately preceding things like news events or firm attributes from the prior calendar quarter. Our empirical design is looking at the absolute value of event returns, and the coefficient of interest is beta 1, or how the market reaction varies depending on the anonymity of the author of the article. So the predictions that we would have are beta 1 would be negative if investors perceive these articles as being less credible, and beta 1 would be positive if investors perceive these articles as providing unique and valuable information to the platform. So getting to our first empirical tables here, so I'm feeling good about myself. Table 2, what we see is that in terms of market reaction, anonymous author, in terms of market reaction, we see that the reaction to anonymous authored articles tends to be discounted relative to non-anonymous articles. And this is fairly stable across fixed effect structure. In terms of the magnitude, this is about a 15 basis point difference, or 8% of the median 3-day absolute abnormal returns for these articles. Now, we recognize that this test is a joint test of the information content and the article credibility. So the story could be simply that anonymous articles are just of low information content. We still think that's kind of an interesting story, but to provide a little bit more on the credibility story or the credibility channel, what we do is we look at both time series and cross-sectional variation in author credibility. So the first very cross-sectional variation we look at is the Galena Biopharma lawsuit. And here we'd expect around this event to influence the credibility of the authors, but not necessarily the information content of the authors. So if you look in the post period, our argument is in the post period, there's increased monitoring by both the SEC and Seeking Alpha, increased news coverage, and that will influence the perceived credibility of these authors, but not necessarily the information content of the articles. So we augment our baseline model with a simple difference in differences model, beta 3 being the coefficient of interest. We just sort of make a quick note here that ex ante, we don't make any predictions on the sign of beta 3, because if investors perceive the SEC and Seeking Alpha as doing a good job and reducing this credibility concern, we'd expect beta 3 to be positive. So we're alleviating this credibility concern. However, if investors see this news as more salient, we're worried more about the anonymity of authors on the platform, then credibility concerns might go up. And in that case, beta 3 would be negative. So when performing this test, what we see is we find evidence consistent with the former, that in the post period, maybe consistent with what Phil brought up earlier, the SEC is trying to convince the readers that they're doing a good job of monitoring the platform. The market reaction to anonymous authors tends to be assuaged in that post period. We do acknowledge, however, there is a story for information content shifting around during this time. And the story goes something like this, that with increased monitoring, the nefarious authors are exiting the platform. And so there's some sort of like attrition of bad authors in the post period. Now the story would have to be that those exiting authors are providing less information content. So they were in the pre-period providing really low information content to begin with. while we generally think that's inconsistent with this nefarious story, like if you're nefarious, you're going to want to pump your information content, we do perform an analysis in column 3 where we add author fixed effects, which basically stabilizes the pre and post. And what we see is in the post period, there's more market reaction to anonymous authors within authors. So we find that this sort of third column helps alleviate that critique. Should I take some hands here?
Yeah, now might be a good time to get a couple hands. So John Barrios and then Christian.
Like I wanted to build more on, like not build on Zach's comments, but just frame it differently. Like I would have liked to see kind of like a first stage. Like you have a table, I think it's table 6, where you're looking at like explaining the log number of counts. Can you do that as like at the individual level of like predicting the first anonymous? Like what were the events of the firm? Like could we get a sense of what drives the anonymous? Because I think it's an empirical question, right? And now you can like, rather than like spend time saying, well, why are they doing anonymous or not? We could kind of see what determines an anonymous review for a firm at the author level, right? And I would have liked a little bit some of that, and I think that's a descriptive question that you guys can answer.
I think that's an interesting thought. We hadn't thought about it. So right now, you're right. We have sort of the determinants model sort of.
Are you doing it at the firm level, right?
You're like at sort of a big aggregate level, and you kind of bring an interesting point of like the first article you've written may be the one that really drives home.
Are the anonymous right after like a major corporate event, or are they during periods of no information, like back to Beth points, right? Like when is it that these things are occurring? Are they occurring concurrently with major events? Do they occur randomly? So nothing really explains the first anonymous versus the first time you write a non-anonymous article. Like getting some of that flavor as like a first stage, right? Think of that as the first stage. And now all your rest of your tests are at the second stage.
Right?
Yeah.
So just a little piece. We used to have that at the beginning, but it was a little bit too descriptive and a bit of a slog to go through to get to our main sort of question at hand. So we flipped it on its head.
But obviously people feel like they like that description because all the questions seem to be around that descriptive part. So at least it should seem appropriate now at the front end rather than at the end.
Well, I don't know. I could see it both ways. So, but I thanks John for the suggestion. That's a great suggestion.
Christian.
Yeah, so my comment is actually very similar or related. So we're continuing along a theme. So I also think sort of understanding what triggers the choice is important. And take, for instance, the previous table where you look at anonymous and what the response is. Again, I would imagine that this depends a lot on the topic and what some of the allegations are. And again, that richness, so it's almost, I think, the same comment I made for Yanya's and James' paper earlier. It seems like there's probably types or bundles out there where the response is different whether you're anonymous or not. And so again, I feel like that richness, you need to look at first to understand when do they choose one or the other, and then, you know, see are the responses by the market participants consistent with what these bundles are or what these choices are. To me, that would make sense. And then just the small one on the one that you have up here, could you explore an in-between period where there is the scandal, but the response isn't immediate? And then the SEC comes and then Seeking Alpha does something. Is there sort of something in between? Because as Remy noted, it is in the chat, it is strange that you don't see much of a decline, that it just stays flat.
Yeah, no, I think all those are good suggestions. Like I said earlier in the conversation, I'm a content analysis guy. I love digging into what's being said in these articles. So I think we could maybe do a little bit more there to build it up. So thanks for that suggestion. And then with the timing stuff, if it's in the chat, I'm sure I'll be able to digest it a lot more as we go after the presentation. So thanks, Christian.
Yeah,
all right, I'll go to my next test. So this one we're looking at author reputation, and I actually liked Jim's presentation earlier today, which Rodrigo highlighted. There's a lot of similarities there. So here, what we find from that literature is that as authors establish a reputation for high quality reporting, this increases the credibility of their communication. So between information sender and information receiver. So what we do is, again, we augment our baseline model with author reputation. And if we're worried, if investors are worried about anonymous authors because of credibility concerns, then as they establish a reputation, this should assuage those concerns to a greater extent. So our prediction here would be that beta 3 is positive if anonymous authors have credibility concerns. So across 4 different measures of author reputation, first is just a simple aggregation of the following 3. We see that evidence consistent with this, that as authors establish a reputation, this seems to alleviate this credibility or this discount to author anonymity. So it seems consistent with a credibility concern being one piece of this discount to author anonymity. The measures that we look at are things like historical accuracy, so how consistent my prior article's tone was with subsequent returns. So if my prior articles had high consistency, then I have a high accuracy reputation. If I have prior articles with a lot more popularity, then I have a higher reputation on the platform. Or if my articles have more approval, and we measure approval through comment likes on prior articles, that's also consistent with more reputation for that author. So across each of these measures, we see that establishing a reputation, first and foremost, has main effect, but also interactive effects with anonymity. So to provide a little bit more on the credibility of anonymous articles, our prior analyses seem to suggest there's a credibility concern. And so then our next 3 analyses, we try and unpack that a little bit more through looking at the identity and incentives to contribute on the platform. So motivated by the Galena Biopharma lawsuit, we look at whether firm insiders post anonymously on the Seeking Alpha platform. And again, here the insiders traded about $16 million around these article postings. So we're asking whether firm insiders publish anonymous equity research. And to do that, we look at insider trading events and then the article posting patterns around these events. And arguably the incentive to post an article is highest in the pre-period, right before you have these trades. And so what we look at is to see if anonymous articles posting patterns differ relative to non-anonymous article posting patterns. And what we see is there seems to be an uptick in anonymous articles in advance of these trades, but not necessarily for non-anonymous, and the difference is statistically significant. So this is consistent with firm insiders or related stock promoters that we've hired being one category of market participant who posts anonymously on Seeking Alpha. We think this is sort of an interesting test because inherently with anonymity, we just don't know who these people are. So it gives us a little bit of texture as maybe firm insiders are contributing anonymously on these platforms.
Travis, we have a question here from Zach.
Yeah, Zach. Is Zach frozen?
I think he's frozen.
Okay. He must have, he dropped from my screen. So I'll keep going. And if he comes back, I'm happy to take his question.
Was that me?
Yeah, Zach, you're there?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I did actually just sort of zoom out when I guess you called on me. Yeah, I mean, so I've seen on the Seeking Alpha website that there are a lot of sort of caveats that these are not people that work at companies. I'm sure that you have to sign something when you post an article verifying that you, don't work at the company. I just sort of, number one, I think it would be good if you just sort of outlined what the consequences are, because I think that if you sort of affirm that you don't work at a company.
I lost Zach again. Can anybody else hear Zach right now? Okay. What do you think? Should I keep going? I'm going to infer Zach's comment as being give a little bit more texture on the repercussions of this behavior. And I think that's a good thing to add to the paper. So we'll do that for sure. Okay, so we look at firm coverage decisions, and here we're really interested in whether, we talked a little bit about this, whether anonymous authors cover firms for which their articles are most likely to have a market impact. And so we look at the article posting patterns relative to a bunch of different firm attributes. So we look in the following quarter, how many anonymous articles you get and how that depends on certain firm attributes. So what we see is that as you have fewer articles written in other news outlets, you tend to receive more anonymous articles. Smaller firms also receive more anonymous articles. And so that's consistent with maybe these people selecting these types of firms because they have an ability to influence and have a market impact. Again, these are associational tests. So we're not, I hope I'm not making any strong claims that this is for sure what they're doing, but it seems consistent with that explanation. One sort of interesting thing here, and we don't really dig into this further, but we do see a positive association with analyst following, which is sort of contrary to these initial two. It's possible that analysts themselves are contributing anonymously, and maybe that's what's going on here, but we don't really dig into that result any further. We see that as performance is lower, you tend to receive more anonymous articles in the future, possibly again, greater uncertainty on future performance. If you have more retail investors following the firm, retail investors being arguably less sophisticated investors, we see more anonymous articles for those types of firms. If you have more inside ownership, you tend to see more anonymous postings. To us, that seems to corroborate our earlier result with the article posting patterns around insider trading events. And then short interest, if you have heightened short interest, then you also see more anonymous postings. This is kind of consistent with Jim's, I think what Jim was mentioning before, that people post on this platform and they have these short objectives. And then lastly, when we augment with information uncertainty attributes, firms that have heightened uncertainty tend to receive more anonymous articles in the subsequent period. Again, all of these to us are consistent with that story that anonymous authors are covering firms for which their articles are most likely to have a market impact. And then the last test that we look at in the paper is the text attributes tests. And I think maybe some of the comments by a few of you is that we could maybe bolster this a little bit more. And what we were looking at here is to see really, are there any linguistic differences between anonymous authors and non-anonymous authors, possibly to accommodate their anonymity. And so when we look at article length, what we see is that we see that anonymous authors tend to write more than non-anonymous authors. This to us was actually, when we first saw this result, was really interesting. And it sort of goes against this initial story that markets are discounting anonymous authors because of lower information content. Indeed, this suggests maybe they're providing a little bit more information content in their articles. It's also maybe that they need to write a little bit more to convince their readers that whatever they're saying is credible. So that's also a possibility. We don't see any differences with complexity. We see that anonymous authors tend to be more definitive in their language. So again, this is maybe in order to convince the readers of the content, they have to really use strong language. They tend to have more forward-looking, unverifiable, arguably unverifiable information. And then the last two, we look at the finance terminology and the article tone. And what we see is anonymous authors tend to use less financial jargon and tend to be more positively slanted. And to us, one interpretation of this is that they're like currying favor to their intended audience, that they're writing for unsophisticated investors that are more likely to have a long position than a short position. So I might be a little bit early. Are there any other questions? Because I think if not, I can sort of conclude with a bit of a dividend for all of you on time.
We have a couple minutes, so there'll be a right time to conclude, Travis.
Right. So what we would, I guess, say here is that these results are consistent with anonymous authors crafting their articles, possibly to enhance the credibility of their articles, as well as engage the intended audience for their articles. So to conclude, what we do is we look at the anonymity of articles on Seeking Alpha. We think anonymity is a really interesting and important construct, especially on crowdsourced platforms. We find evidence consistent with investors discounting anonymous equity research, and that discount seems to be related to investors' concern about the credibility of the author by looking at both the Galena Biopharma lawsuit as well as author reputation. Thanks so much for your comments. I've appreciated it. It's been a great conference so far, and I'm looking forward to the next paper.
Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Eugene. We'll get a 12-minute break, and we'll be back here at 2 o'clock Chicago time for the last presentation. Thanks, everybody.
Hi, Lorian.
Hi, Lutzi, how are you?
All set?
I think so. Yeah, it looks like you can see my slides, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, they're working. Last session, and then everyone can go, you know, either have a nice drink or, like me, maybe some hot cocoa.
But we hope people are continuing to be chatty and
Yes.
yeah.
Chatty, but not too chatty.
Yeah. So did you drive into school so that you can teach from your office?
No, I actually drove to Utah so that I could do it from my dad's office. Air quality was so bad in LA that we ended up leaving last week. So yeah. I frantically called my parents to see if I could come and stay with them. So
but now I've heard that some of the ashes are traveling the states and coming to, I don't know, Utah probably as well, huh?
yeah, it's actually, since I've been here, gotten worse. It's still much better than LA, but yeah, apparently I would need to go all the way to Chicago to have completely clean air.
Yeah. Cleaner air. I'm not sure whether it's completely clear, but.
No.
Do we have clean air in Chicago?
It's all relative.
Actually, we do. I'm looking at my iPhone. It says good air quality.
Yeah, I just did the same thing, Doug. You're right.
Yeah, I looked from where my house is today, and it said hazardous. So, you know, good sounds great to me. Even moderate sounds really good to me right now.
But hazardous would be back in LA.
Yeah, exactly. Because we keep trying to decide when to go home, and I guess at some point we do have to go back, but.
So why don't we start, huh? Welcome back and welcome to our fourth session of the day, which happens to be the last session of the conference. And I know this is always a tricky spot to be in, but this time around, no one can use the excuse, oh, I have to catch a flight back to, I don't know, Philadelphia or Seattle, or this was the only direct flight available. So now everyone is already comfortably sitting at home, and no such excuse. Actually, you should look at it from a completely different perspective. In an hour, we will be done and you're already home. So you're back with your family in the comfort of your home, can have a glass of wine. So just hang with us for this final hour. And to increase the social pressure a little bit, I would ask everyone to turn on the video camera so that we can actually monitor who hangs around. No, just kidding. So welcome to the authors of the final paper. Lorian will take the lead and do the presentation. And I assume Junko and Forrester will fight about who is going to answer the questions on the chat. So Lorian, the floor is yours. Huh?
All right, excellent. So first of all, thank you so much for having us. Clearly you put the best paper last, and so I'm honored to have this excellent spot. So the title of this paper is The Firm Next Door Using Satellite Images to Study Local Information Advantage. And it is the last session, so if you don't remember anything else about this paper, just remember it's about local information advantage, and they have some cool satellite data that they're going to use to look at that. This is co-authored research with two of my colleagues at USC. One is Forrester Wong, he's another assistant professor, and then Junko Kong, who is one of our amazing PhD students. He is out on the market this year. So if you really like this paper, he did all of the work. And if you don't like the paper, he told us to change it, so it's not his fault. Okay, make sure I can move forward. So before I can really talk about the results of this paper and what we find, in order to sort of give some context of why this paper is important, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the prior literature on local information advantage. So basically, there's been a variety of papers in the past showing that local investors appear to have some sort of information advantage when they're local to firms, usually defined as whether or not they're located near the firm headquarters. And basically, these papers show that local investors make more profitable trades. They tend to know when to buy the firm and they know when to sell it. And this is pretty robust across the literature, so they appear to have something. They know something, but what the prior papers haven't been able to really dig into is what do they know? What's the information that these local investors have? They've been able to document through profitability that they know something, but what is that thing? And that's what we're interested in digging into in this paper. And if you think about the different types of local information at a very broad course level, you can sort of cut it into two main groups. One type of information is that local investors may have an information advantage because they know more about firm level performance and firm level operations. They know about the whole firm. And another source of local information advantage could be that local investors have a particular advantage knowing about what's going on just in their local area for that firm. So they don't know everything that's happening with the firm, but they do know a lot about what's happening close to them. So how could this be? Well, if you think about potential sources of firm level information that investors could have, it could be that local investors potentially have greater access to executives. They're able to go and talk to them more, ask them questions, hear what they're saying. And when these executives talk to them, they're probably going to talk to them about firm level prospects, firm level operations, firm level policies. They're unlikely to be telling the investor things about specific regions like Boise. And so that could be one reason how local investors could have an insight about the overall firm. Another way could be if exposure to local operations gives investors a better insight about what the company's business strategy is, what their policies are, and as a result, that sort of serves as a portal to help them understand the prospects of the firm overall. On the other hand, it could be that local investors have a particular advantage just learning about local operations, what's happening in that firm just in the region around that investor. This could be because they have lower costs to gather this type of local performance information because of something like geographic proximity or their local institutional knowledge or because of their social ties. So again, there are two different types of this potential local information. What we focus on in this paper is seeing is one source of local information advantage, this greater information about the performance of purely local operations. We're not saying that the other source of local information doesn't happen. They're not mutually exclusive, but we have an empirical setting that's really sort of best suited to looking at this second avenue. And so to move on to what we actually do, the two research questions that we look at in this paper is first looking at, is information about the performance of local stores one source of local information advantage? Remember, prior literature tells us about the fact that investors have this local information advantage in general, but not about what that information is. And secondly, once we're able to sort of pinpoint one of these sources of local information, it's then interesting to be able to dig in deeper into how investors are using this information. And in particular, we ask, are investors appropriately weighting their local information? The setting that we look at this is a setting of institutional investors and US retail stores. And we use some really interesting satellite image data that counts the number of cars in the parking lots of stores. And this allows us to get a sense of what the performance of individual stores within a firm is. And that allows us to dig deeper and more granularly in looking at what are the types of information signals that local investors appear to be responding to. And again, a benefit of our setting is if we can dig into the type of information that investors have, specifically what they're seeing, then we can look at how they're using it. Okay, so to give a preview of the main findings of our paper, because we may not be able to spend a lot of time talking about this later, the first thing that we show is first that, yes, we validate our data and show that these satellite car count data do a good job of helping us capture the performance of individual stores. And then using these data, we can show that institutional investors adjust their holdings more in response to the performance of local stores relative to the rest of the firm overall. And we also show that trades based on this local performance information are profitable. So what this tells us, these two things in combination, is that, yeah, the information about the performance of local stores is one source of this local information advantage. Then lastly, digging into a little bit deeper about how investors are using their local information, we showed that investors appear to rely too heavily on their local information. In particular, when they have poor local information signals, they appear to fail to adjust for that when making their trades, and as a result, make trades that are less profitable than if they hadn't traded at all. So I've been going for a few minutes. I don't know if there are any questions, but now maybe would be a good time to take it.
So let's start with Steve Kackelmeyer.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks very much. So a fascinating paper. So if I follow the objective correctly, you're not claiming or saying that anyone's looking at satellite imagery of cars. You're using that as a proxy for the local information advantage that institutional investors would have just from accessing their local sources. But as we move into the future and technologies like this satellite imagery become more and more readily available to you and me and institutionally investors alike, is a logical inference that people would start using these technologies and would start using these sources and therefore get access to nationwide or even worldwide information of this sort, and therefore you'd expect this local information advantage or local information bias, if you want to call it that, because it doesn't always help them, which is your last point there.
Mm-hmm.
Would you expect that to dissipate as these technologies and predictive analytics become more readily available?
Yeah, that's a great question and point. Yeah, so you're absolutely right. We're not saying in our paper that people are counting cars and they're not looking at satellite images. This is a proxy for performance. And in particular, we make sure they're not using this data because we restrict our sample to only the period before it became available. But we do speak to what you're talking about in our very last table, where we look at how do people start responding once they do have the data. And we show that once they do have the data, they start responding to firm level signals and they no longer respond to their noisy local signals. So if we're going to extrapolate that overall, Yeah, if we live in a big brother society where every single aspect of firm performance that you can think of is available in some sort of data set somewhere that isn't too crazy prohibitively costly, then local information, I think, starts to go away. But I think that people tried to say 30 years ago that we were already to that point, but clearly we're not. And so the amount of local specific information will go down over time, but I just don't think it will disappear.
Okay, Mary.
So Lauren, very interesting paper. My question or comment is closely related to Steve's, but has a different spin to it. And I also focused on this result late in the paper. I got to that and I thought, this is very cool. And I noticed that you didn't highlight it on your main slides. You didn't highlight the introduction or the conclusion. So maybe I'm missing something. But I thought it was really interesting. But to me, what it shows is that big data can be used to develop summary statistics regarding information useful to investors that can be disseminated credibly and reduce some information asymmetry among investors. So it's not that Big Brother is going to be watching everything, but if you want to try to figure out something that's really important to the firm, somebody's done it in this case. What's important to retail investors is anybody shopping, count the cars, and now we've got this company that is doing this and presenting this information. And as soon as they started presenting it, it looks like other people took advantage of it to their benefit and reduced information asymmetry. And if you take a policymaker's stance on this, some regulators like the SEC, that's what they're worried about, is information asymmetry among investors. They're trying to level the playing field. Anyways, I was wondering, my question was going to be, why didn't you focus on this in the paper, in the introduction, the conclusion? You've partially answered that with Steve's, but as I said, I have a little different take on it.
Yeah, okay, so those are interesting things to bring up. One thing I have to be clear about in our last table is we just look at how people respond that we would expect to have access to the data through their primary broker. So we show if you have access to the data, you use it, but that doesn't mean that people have access to the data. In fact, the data costs millions of dollars. And there's a working paper out there that Panos Patatoukas is on, and like Marcus Painter and a couple other people. And they actually look at this question that you're interested in. So I can refer you to their paper. I'm sure they'll be very happy. And part of their point is that it doesn't really help with information asymmetry between, for example, institutional and retail investors, because at this point it's too expensive for retail investors to get. It's sort of like some of the initial results with XBRL. It sort of initially made things worse, but maybe in the long run it will make things better. So that wasn't something that was the focus of our paper. I think maybe we would need a more long run perspective to see if it does make things better. But it is an interesting thing to think about in terms of policy discussions going forward.
Just if I could just add a comment to that. Everything starts out being expensive in this world, and it turns out to be cheaper and cheaper once you figure out how to do it. And so the fact that it didn't exist before, then it became costly. And then if it's really something that's helpful to people, somehow it will make its way out. But anyways, thank you for your comment.
Yeah. All right, excellent.
So I saw at some point Mike Minnis showing up and then disappearing again. So I assume he doesn't want to ask the question anymore.
I was just typing it in here. I think one of the things, Lorian, that maybe the paper could benefit from is there's a rich banking literature that looks at a lot of these local information advantages. Starting with Peterson and Rajan and continuing from there. Christian and Joao have a recent paper that also look at this. And so I was just typing into the chat box here that might be useful to kind of think about how this compares and contrasts, and maybe how equity investors may be using this information differently or similarly, that kind of thing. So,
yeah, interesting. Yeah, I would love it if you would type down the references for us. It seems related to some of the soft information stuff in banking, I think is what you're referencing. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and literally they even just talk about distance, right? And how close they are to their borrowers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We should bring that into the discussion. All right, great.
So why don't you continue a bit, and then we'll take another round of questions.
So now I've given you sort of the broad overview of what we're looking at in the paper. I think it's important to have a discussion about how specifically we think that investors would actually get information about local store performance. So we think that there are a few different ways that this can happen, that we break into basically 3 different broad categories. First is just geographic proximity. If an investor is close to a particular store, it's pretty inexpensive for them to drive to the store and see how things are going, how busy it is. They're also often just in the neighborhood doing their own shopping. They can see, you know, if there's construction going on at the store, if there's a lot of shipping trucks going in. So that's one way. Another would be that investors have local institutional knowledge. So they could be aware of local city and state ordinances that would affect the performance of different types of local businesses. And they would know about the competitive environment. You know, are there competitors in my hometown that would compete with this store? And then lastly, investors have social ties. So they may know someone that works at the store, maybe as a cashier or a manager. They could have a child working on the loading dock on the weekends over the summer to gain some money. And so that would help them, again, know about the business of the store or if there was going to be hiring. And all of these signals together could give investors a good sense of what the performance of these local stores is. In contrast, if you're a non-local investor, you might try to substitute and try to get some of that same type of information. Perhaps you travel to the site, but you're farther away, so it's a little bit more costly for you. You try to purchase some proprietary data, or you spend money trying to extract additional information from publicly available data. So that could help you sort of make up for this local information that you don't have. But sometimes even then you may not entirely be able to make up for this gap just because you don't know to ask the right questions. Like you wouldn't know to ask my brother-in-law, hey, when you were at Burger King last Friday night, how busy was the drive-in line? And so there is just sort of this inherent benefit to being close to the operations to see what's happening.
Okay, let's take a few questions before you get to the hypothesis. Huh?
All right, great.
Ed.
Well, again, this is a great paper, and you know, going back to what these information channels actually are, a couple of slides ago, the term that comes to mind is a term it's a word I could never pronounce correctly, but it's from Brian Boucher's paper, Milou or Millet or something. He did it in terms of investor conferences. And that's what comes to mind for me. There's millions of micro information events that we are engaging with on a daily basis. You know, we see a product in somebody's house. We see somebody, oh, I went to the store today. And it's this sort of constant flow of very, very tiny signals that aggregates up in our brains. So I agree with everything you've got here, but I think I'd maybe even take it to something much more subtle and something that's almost impossible for an outsider to replicate.
Well, it's almost similar to that sort of mosaic concept the SEC talks about where, yeah, maybe managers are saying things that together people could piece together, but it's not just one piece of information. So anyway, so yeah, I understand what you mean. Like in isolation, each one of these signals, maybe it's not significant, but you put them all together and then it's something useful.
Yeah, and so linking that back with, I think maybe it was Steve's comment, or Mary commented on this as well. It would be neat if you could somehow show that this particular data feed gets priced once it's available. But the cars in the parking lot, that's a signal that we can now put into our valuation model. But it's only a tiny piece of the total local information advantage. And even if it's just sort of descriptive to show that still there's this massive local advantage, and this maybe reduces it by a fraction of a point. But there's still a tremendous amount of other information out there. Might be kind of a nice way to end the paper and to say this is only a small piece of the puzzle. Yeah, well, I mean, so we look at that a little bit with that last test, and we find they actually, when they have access to the overall satellite data, they stop responding to their local signals that are correlated with the satellite data. But that doesn't mean there isn't something else going on. So for example, you wouldn't expect that local bias entirely goes away. Local bias is just referring to the fact that people have greater holdings in firms that are closer to them. So perhaps that could be something helpful to put in at the end to say, this part goes away once they can buy it, but there's still something else there. Yeah, I agree.
And let's go to Thomas and then Stephen, and then I'll let you continue a little bit. Huh?
Okay.
Very interesting paper, Lorena. Really enjoyed also the very creative use of the satellite data. And I like the framing of the different channels on that exact particular slide. So one thing I've been thinking about that might potentially be useful in discriminating, right, between the different channels, at least between the geographic proximity and the other channel, would be to really exploit the spatial dimension of your data a bit more, right? I think in your baseline test, you use radiuses of 100 kilometers.
Miles, yeah.
Oh, miles, sorry.
It's okay.
But given that, you really have precise geographic information, I think it would really be, at least to me, it would be very convincing if for the geographic proximity channel, if you showed that the treatment effects kind of dissipate as you increase the radius, right?
Yeah.
Because acquisition costs are likely a continuous function, right, of distance. So just something to think about.
Yeah, okay, so that's a good point. We do a couple splits on how particularly we define what local means in our paper. And for those of you who don't remember the specific detail, we define investors as local pretty granularly at the store level by saying they're local if they're within 100 miles and in the same state. We sort of relax some of those things by taking out the state restriction or just having the state restriction. And you have sort of this trade-off when you go farther out versus come closer in, where if you come really close in, they're very likely to have that information, but there may not be as much variation to pick up on, especially for people in more sparsely populated areas. And another thing we discovered is we sort of distance weight our car count, our local car count data, is that once you start doing that and giving greater weight to local signals, actually the cutoff of how far out you define something as local matters less and less, just because by definition, right, it gets a lower weight. But yeah, I think that is interesting.
So just plot the distance and then plot the treatment factor. And
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And let's take Stephen, and then we move on with the presentation a bit.
Hi, Lauren. Another interesting paper. My question is kind of about the motivation. So you're kind of motivated with this prior literature, and you kind of mentioned this when you answer Thomas's question. Your definition of local is very different than that prior literature. So I guess kind of broadly, I mean, how much do you think you can really say about that literature, given you're looking at something very different than what they looked at?
I definitely think that we can speak to that prior literature. You are right in that for the most part, they define being local a little bit differently at the investor firm level if the investor is close to the headquarters. The problem with that prior definition, when you don't have sort of these more granular performance signals that you can then dig deep into, is that it's unclear if, again, they are getting information because they're close to executives at the headquarters or because they're close to a bunch of local stores around the headquarters. And so, right, like you're in North Carolina, you're close to SAS. A lot of people live at SAS because it's headquarters. So you hear a lot about what's happening to SAS, even if you're not talking to an executive. So in our setting, perhaps we are more optimized towards looking for, I believe that we're more optimized in terms of identifying local information about local performance as opposed to something firm level from executives. But I don't think that's a downside of the paper. I think it's just a unique aspect of the paper.
Yeah, but kind of on that point, and part of why I bring it up is you do at one point sort of bring in proximity to headquarters, and you don't find anything. It seems like there's no information advantage. And I mean, to me, that was kind of a very surprising result. And I think it would be interesting to know, is that kind of null result because once you condition on locality to stores, that information advantage goes away, or if it's maybe it's just your setting, maybe retail firms are just different. But maybe a little more on that would be interesting too.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of reasons that we don't find anything there. First of all, is just, again, we're looking at local store performance. And so I don't expect that type of signal to be more valuable at the headquarters unless, for example, you expected that stores near the headquarters are somehow more useful for predicting firm performance. And also, there has been a little bit of evidence in the prior literature, for example, Bernil et al. 2015, that some of the local information advantage has at least decreased since Reg FD, which could indicate that if people were getting information from executives before, perhaps that's gone down. Those are pretty coarse results because it's just pre-post, you know, time series analysis, but I mean, that could be what's going on. Okay, so let me move on to my first hypothesis, perfect lead-in. So basically, again, you know, for all these reasons that I talked about before, we expect investors to have greater information about the performance of their local stores. And if they have more information about their local stores, they're going to be more likely to incorporate that information into their trading decisions. And so H1 just predicts that changes in the holdings of investors are more responsive to the performance of their local stores, even after controlling for any response they may have to contemporaneous firm level information. Another thing that goes hand in hand with that is, again, we're interested in understanding local information advantage. So we need to show that if they have this information, it's actually an advantage. It could be, yeah, they've got information, but perhaps it's not very profitable to trade on, or they're misusing it somehow. And so H2 just predicts that trades based on this local performance information are actually going to be profitable. And then our last hypothesis is sort of digging a little bit more into these signals that we're able to observe. Again, remember, the prior literature just shows there's an advantage, but they haven't really been able to observe the signals that local investors have. And so we find this a unique opportunity to then examine, well, how are they using their signals? And there's been some prior literature showing that even sophisticated market participants don't always correctly weight the information that they have. Ed has a paper with Beth about how investors, even once they have information, may not fully use it if it's costly for them to process. So for all of these reasons, it could be that investors don't appropriately weight or use their local information when they have it. And in particular, we look at one setting for this, and where we look at what happens when investors have poor quality local information signals. And we would expect a rational investor to respond less to a noisier information signal. But if investors are relying too heavily on their local information, then they may fail to make this adjustment. So in H3A, we predict that investors, when they're making trading decisions based on local information, fail to discount that information when it is of poor quality. And directly related to that, we then want to know, okay, well, but is that a bad decision? Maybe their local information is of poor quality, but perhaps poor quality local information is still better than no local information at all. And so in H3B, we predict that investors who trade on poor quality local information earn lower returns than if they hadn't traded at all. And specifically, we compare them with this no trade scenario, because if an investor doesn't have any new information, or they don't have sort of exogenous liquidity needs, then they shouldn't trade. They wouldn't trade. And so essentially we can test whether or not bad local information is worse than no information at all. And I don't know if there were a couple of questions that I should respond to at this point.
I think that would be a good opportunity for Beth to ask a question.
Great.
Great. So this is a fun paper. Thanks, Lorian.
Thanks.
I was like, you keep talking about information and local information, which suggests that investors come in with some kind of a baseline, right? And what's interesting is that they, in theory, if they're institutional investors, they would have some expectation of what those CAR levels should be. And it might be the prior year, it might be something different. It might be that they're expecting 20% growth and they're only seeing 10% growth. So I think on one hand, you would expect, somehow to incorporate what their current expectations are for the CAR count. On the other hand, if this is more of a general feeling like, hey, whenever I go to the store, it's really busy, then you might see that they don't really incorporate their expectations that are more clearly defined in, say, an analyst report or something. So I think like it could be interesting to see that not only are they misled, but they're not even adjusting for their current expectations fully if they do use this information. So I guess my general question is how you think about the investors' expectations when they're assessing this local car information.
Right. That's an interesting point. In our analyses later, we control for car counts 4 quarters ago to at least control for sort of seasonal expectations. But one of our interesting results is that we show that changes in car count signals this quarter are associated with abnormal returns at the earnings announcement and then after the earnings announcement, which indicates that even after controlling for people's expectations, it's still providing some information. So I don't know exactly how I would tease out a particular investor's expectations, but at least I know that it's information above and beyond what the market's expectations were, if that responds to your question.
Yeah, it's just, yes, yeah.
Harash. Unmute.
There we go. Sorry about that. Hey, Lauren, I'm looking at your slide here and I'm trying to understand what it means. So when you say that they trade on POO information, local information, they could be worse off than not using the information. So immediately I think that these investors are potentially not rational, or if they're rational, they have processing difficulties. Can you talk a bit more about that so that I get a framework to think about what's going on here?
Sure. I would say I don't ever like to argue that people are not rational. I think for the most part, people will have processing constraints, and that we rely in our paper pretty heavily on the Blanks for it all 2019 paper, and this notion that people may have information, but if it's costly for them to process, they're not going to use it. And if you think of the sample of investors in our study, some of these investors have holdings in hundreds and hundreds of firms. And so overall, I'm going to show you that trading on local information is profitable, but it may be pretty costly for them to go in for every single one of these hundreds of local information signals and for them to evaluate the quality of that signal. Instead, they've realized, well, if I just trade on all of them, on average, I'm going to make some returns. So I would feel more comfortable with the cost story. There could be a rationality, but I'm not trying to claim that.
So do you do anything about who are these investors? Do you look at investor type and so on to try to figure out why this is going on, to get a sense of whether this is processing difficulties or behavioral biases?
So all of the investors in our study are institutional investors, first of all. So that sort of rules out a lot of the behavioral expectations or lack of expertise. We did one cross-sectional test to show that, of course, passively managed funds are not the ones responding to information. And we had gotten some gotten some questions when I presented this at USC last week about, well, who are the people that have bad information? So we dug in that a little bit to see if, are there certain regions where everyone's got bad information? And in general, it just seems like, sometimes you got a bad local signal about that particular firm or that particular store, but that doesn't mean that all of your other local signals are bad. But that is, thinking about who these investors are, we could dig into that a little bit more.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, Lauren, on the very same note, and also now that you mentioned that, well, all your investors are institutional investors. Now, looking at your hypotheses, to me, they speak almost identically to retail investors, if not even more so. So do you make any distinction in that, or could you see some ways how you could adjust the hypotheses that they are more geared toward the institutional investors as compared to retail investors, or how would you address this?
I guess in terms of, I guess my first response is that it's more surprising that we find this with institutional investors than that we would find it with retail investors, because they are sophisticated. You would expect for them that the cost would still be low. But I think the fact that, we are going to document is that they do, I would argue the results of H3A and H3B are arguing that they still have sort of costs to process their information is sort of an interesting insight about institutional investors specifically. And this is something that our excellent referee pointed out very nicely to us, in that the Blanksboro 2019 paper focuses on retail investors and documents some of these costs. So I think it really is interesting that these hypotheses in our sample is about institutional investors. And perhaps what I should do is make sure I stick the word institutional investor in every single one of the hypotheses to make sure that point is really driven home.
I think that's not necessarily the solution, but I think maybe thinking more about how to specifically target your hypotheses for sophisticated investors, and whether you can gain something afterwards for the analysis, like the ones with the satellite data at the end. I think that could be beneficial.
Okay, I think that's something we need to think more about then.
Eric.
Lauren, really interesting data and analyses. I'm kind of building on the comments from Haresh and Lutzi. One of the things that really surprised me is that people are trading on this at all. It's in the sense that the value from the signal is not particularly large at 2%. I think most funds would just turn their sort of nose to some of this, particularly given the cost accompanying. I think it would be really helpful to do a little bit of cross-sectional analyses that leverage more information about the type of funds that you're looking at, in the sense that the people who would actually use information on satellite data or traffic are limited to a particular type of quant or sort of discretionary trader. I realize you do a cut versus sort of longer term or passive, but there are some, there's a paper which I'm about to send you now, which talks about parsing information from the fund's filings about what type of strategies they use. And I think it would add a little bit of sort of sanity check to make sure that the funds who are actually moving in response to some of this information are the ones who would actually tilt their portfolio, particularly given sort of the higher frequency with which you could measure some of this local information. So I would give some more thought to some of these cross-sectional cuts in the types of institution you're looking at, because that could be kind of cool to enrich what we learn with not only who's trading it, but who's making some of these mistakes.
Yeah, I think those are some excellent thoughts, and I'm looking forward for you to send us that paper. Yeah, I think there's more that we can dig into in terms of the types of the investors. We had done some very initial results when we first worked on the paper on investor size to show these results are stronger for smaller investors, but in our setting, identifying the location of larger investors is actually noisier because of multiple offices. So we couldn't really take a lot away from that. But yeah, and to your point about magnitude, yeah, 2% is not the greatest thing in the world, although this is sort of abnormal returns, and it is pretty in line with a lot of the prior literature on local information advantage. And so people seem to be trading on it regardless. But yeah, I agree. It would be interesting to know who's actually using it.
All right, so why don't you show us a few results or guide us ahead in your presentation?
Okay, so let me just sort of skip through the institutional setting real quick. As I mentioned before, we use satellite data that have images of the cars in parking lots to measure store-specific measure of store performance. We get this from a company called Orbital Insight. We have about 90,000 stores and about 71 retailers who are rather large on average. And an important thing to point out about our setting, as I mentioned earlier, is that we're using these data before they became commercially available. So what we're using the satellite data for is a proxy for the underlying performance of these stores that we would expect to be correlated with other information signals that investors would observe. We don't necessarily expect them to actually be counting cars in parking lots. These stores are pretty well spread across the continental United States. And again, don't expect people to be counting cars, but usually people don't drive to stores in order to just sit in their cars. They usually go into the store, so it would be correlated with things like foot traffic, and which is tied to things like firm or to store level sales and performance. We also touched on this a little bit earlier, but it is important to point out that we define local more granularly at the store level so that we can really tease out what are the information signals that investors appear to be responding to. And here's just sort of a graphical example of that. But basically, an investor can be local to some stores within a firm and non-local to other stores within that same firm. For the store level, we measure that store's performance as the percentage change in car counts in that quarter relative to the prior quarter. We're interested in quarter by quarter changes because we want to capture sort of the newest information that investors would be most likely to respond to. But when investors are making trading decisions, they're not trading in individual stores within a company, they have to trade in the firm overall. So we aggregate this car change measure up for all of the stores that an investor is local to, and that gives us our car change local measure. And we also create an aggregate firm level measure, which is car change firm, which is just the percentage change in car counts for all of the stores in that firm in that quarter. And we validate these car count measures by seeing if they are predictably associated with concurrent firm performance, things like sales and net income and earnings announcement returns. And we show that, yes, across the board, if you look at car change firm, these overall firm level car count changes, they are strongly and consistently associated with these outcome measures. And one thing that's important to point out is that these are measured contemporaneously. So car change firm is measured over the quarter, over the same quarter that sales change, for example, is also measured, but sales are not going to be reported until after the quarter end. So if you had a signal that is correlated with car change firm throughout the course of the quarter, then that would allow you to predict what sales would be after the quarter end. And if we just focus on the set of stores that investors are local to and aggregate up that car change local measure across all investors that are local to a given firm, we show that these car change locals are also significantly associated with these outcomes for at least 3 of the 4. But predictably, they are not as strongly associated as the car counts for the firm overall. So if you stick them both in, these local car counts fall out. And that's consistent with the fact that, yeah, an investor would be better off knowing about the performance of all of a firm's stores as opposed to just their local subset. So I saw a couple hands.
Let's take Phil.
Okay.
Thanks, Lucy. Thanks, Lauren. Just a quick question. It was kind of related to the predictive aspect of the local car counts. I guess what I was wondering, it relates to something you're going to get to maybe a bit later, maybe you won't have time to, but you do something where you look at sort of local internet penetration, and you're thinking of that as indicating whether news about the locality is going to get disseminated more widely or not. But what I was thinking of it as is if there's more internet penetration, the car count may be a worse proxy for local economic activity, because the more internet penetration there is, the more people are shopping in the locally, even in the non-physical world. So I guess I was just wondering, did you look at anything about whether, you know, how well car count seems to be capturing things like sales and income is related to the internet penetration? And if it were, would you be able to add anything about internet sales or internet activity to your physical car count measure to get to total activity?
Yeah, that's an interesting point, and of course that is one caveat of our data, is that we're not picking up online sales. So if there's systematically places where people are doing more online shopping, then we would not be picking up those signals. Although, to the extent that people are still going to physical stores, those stores would still be a signal of firm performance. We do a split where we throw out stores that appear to have noisier car count signals that Orbital Insight has classified as like potentially highly contaminated. So this could be in densely populated areas, potentially correlated with what you're talking about, where they're doing more online shopping, and we find our results are consistent. But I would need to think more about how consistently online shopping would affect things. I still think that if there's online shopping going on, there still is valuable information to be seen by what's happening in brick and mortar stores.
Yeah, I think it's just a source of measurement error, as you say. I mean,
Yeah.
you're already doing something with it, but anyway, it's probably perhaps an additional source of measurement error.
Yeah.
But that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Then we have Shugata.
Sorry, as I was waiting, I saw Christina Zhu raising a similar issue on the chat. I mean, one thing you might want to think about is in your empirical test, it seems like you test a poor quality signal with respect to these outcome variables, right? In particular, the look-ahead returns. And so the look-ahead returns are, you could have a poor quality signal with respect to look-ahead returns, but the investor wouldn't know that ex ante. It's a poor quality ex post.
So our measure is ex ante in that we are defining it based on the prior 4 quarters. So they could observe the prior 4 quarters, and then in table 8 panel A, we are just also validating that based on what they could observe in the past, they could have predicted that would also be a bad signal in the current quarter that they couldn't have observed ahead of time.
So the interesting thing in table 8 is if you sum the coefficients together, the poor quality signal still has a positive return. I mean, I maybe, right? So so even for the poor quality signal, they're making worse returns, but it's still positive. So I would caution against thinking of that as support for H3, because ex ante H3 sounds a little odd.
Well, so H3 is tested in table 8 panel B, actually, just to show that you would expect if it is a poorer signal, there would be some mitigation in how they respond to it because it is less profitable. We're not finding that they mitigate their response at all. But again, it's still important to look at table 8 panel C, which hopefully eventually I'll get to, which shows that overall it is a bad decision. They would have been better off not trading on it. And maybe we can talk about that more when I get to table 8.
Sure. Thank you.
Just one quick follow-up question on your overall sample. Can you do something with store closures and store openings?
So for the most part, when we're calculating, all of our changes that we calculate require the prior quarter to be in the data. A lot of that has to do with the coverage by Orbital Insight, not necessarily store openings and closings. So I don't know if we could necessarily get at that, but that's something that we could think about in terms of how that would affect our inferences. Because there's some aspects of firm level growth that are from opening new stores overall, and also some aspect of firm growth that is just your existing stores are growing and doing better. I would need to think about that a little bit more.
Okay, so why don't you move ahead with some of your results?
Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, we have a sample of institutional investors, and the outcome that we're associated with these investors is how they change their holdings in response to their local information. In particular, we calculate the change in their holdings in a particular firm in terms of basis points relative to the size of their total portfolio. Our investors are also quite spread across the US. And now that we understand all the data, let's test H1, which is basically just predicting that if investors have greater information about the performance of their local stores, they should be more responsive to that in terms of how they adjust their holdings, because that's part of their information set. So we would expect the coefficient on car change local to be greater than 0, even after controlling for car change firm, which would be the investor's response to any contemporaneous firm level information that they might have. in terms of empirical due diligence, both our dependent and independent variable are changes, which holds constant previous firm performance in the relationship. And the fact that we are looking at the response to car change local after controlling for car change firm allows us to make a within investor firm quarter pair comparison about what information they appear to have and what they're responding to. And we find that, yes, they strongly respond to their local performance information, even after controlling for their response to the firm overall, which in this case, they're not responding to concurrent firm performance, not because it's not important. I showed you before, it's actually a better signal, but just because they don't have that information yet. And we use a couple different size weightings to show that this is a robust result. There are a couple alternative explanations for this result. One could be that, pesky firm level information we talked about at the beginning of the presentation. Maybe they're getting firm level information from executives or because they're exposed to more local stores that tells them about firm policies and procedures. So we investigate that specifically, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, and we're finding that for the type of information that we're capturing these car count signals, being close to headquarters doesn't appear to be driving our results. They're not responding more to these firm level signals there. They're also not responding more strongly if they're closer to more local stores. And even after controlling for both of these, they're still incrementally responding just to their local performance information. So it does appear that their information is specific to their local area. Another potential alternative explanation could be that, they appear to know something that's region specific, but maybe it's not store specific. Maybe they're just responding to their general perception of what the performance or what the economic conditions in their region are. And so we tried to control for that specifically. We control for the change in that investor's state GDP in that quarter and don't find that they're incrementally adjusting their holdings directly in response to that. We control for the aggregate car count changes of all of the satellite firm stores that are in their area, not just the ones they have holdings in, and show also that's not affecting how they're responding to how they're adjusting a particular holdings in a stock. And we also include state quarter fixed effects. And overall, they are incrementally responding to this local store performance information, suggesting, the information they have is store specific. It's not just this general economic information.
So let's maybe take John next, John Barrios.
Hey, hello. A quick question in terms of kind of the variation here when we're putting in kind of the quarter and the firm fixed effects, like how much variation do you have left in your kind of these outcome measures in terms of their changes in holdings? It would be nice to kind of think of that, given like when you write up the results, you're using kind of the overall average in the change of holdings, but it would be interesting to kind of see how much within quarter firm do we see that dependent variable change, which is where
that's interesting. I don't remember that off the top of my head, but that is something that we could sort of look at. Sometimes, it is helpful sometimes to pull out those fixed effects and see what the general magnitude is.
Because in terms of when you look at the distribution of these changes and then you start taking out kind of the average change, you could imagine that within the quarter, you might have some extreme outliers, right? In that sense.
Outliers.
In the sense that you might have extreme deviations within quarter once you start taking out the mean change within the quarter years. That was just one, because I was like looking at some of the magnitudes of the coefficients if you do it on the average and they look pretty big.
Okay. Yeah, I mean we can take a look at that. That's a good idea. Okay, I'll carry on then.
Roughly 5 minutes, huh?
Okay. So I'm just going to skip over, for the most part, our cross-sectional tests, which we talked about a little bit. But it's just to it's sort of the smell test to make sure things are behaving the way they should. Passive investors are not responding to their local information very much. Phil already talked about this online information test where people appear to have more of a local information advantage if there's less available online information. And also, there appear to have a greater local information advantage if they have stronger social ties. Also, remember, we have to show that this local performance information is profitable, otherwise it's not local information advantage. So we compare the profitability of trades when people trade in the same direction as their local information, which is gives them returns, abnormal returns of about 1.26% per quarter, with their abnormal returns if they traded against their local information per quarter, which is about 0.7%. That difference is about half a percentage point of abnormal returns per quarter, so about 2% per year. So yes, overall, it is profitable trading on these local information signals. And
maybe, sorry for interrupting, maybe final question for Steve Kackelmeyer. Huh?
This is going to be 30 seconds or less.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure on that test you just showed us that card change local, again, that's incremental to card change firms. So this is trading on your local information, incremental to it's that same regression you had before, because it was hard for me in interpreting this on whether they're just trading on information that's correlated with aggregate information, or whether that's incremental to aggregate information.
It's incremental to their response to firm level information.
Okay, that's fine. Move on. You only got 4 minutes.
Okay. Okay. So this brings us lastly to then digging into, let's see how investors are using this local information that they have. In particular, we create an ex-ante measure to identify poor quality local information. The idea here is that if the local signal has been shown in the past to be a bad signal, they should probably respond to it less this period. Table 8, panel A, we show, yes, this ex-ante signal, so based on prior performance of the signal, we can also show that it is a bad signal this quarter. And so we would expect them to respond less to it, but we don't find any significant evidence that they change how strongly they respond to their local car count signals based on whether or not it appears to be more noisy. And this is important because we then show that if you look at these people that have a poor local signal, so poor local signal equals 1, and they still trade off of their signal, their actual abnormal returns during the quarter is about 0.5%. But for those same investors and those same holdings, if they instead had chosen not to trade that quarter, they had just maintained their level of holdings as of the beginning of the quarter, they actually would have earned abnormal returns that quarter of 0.879%. So they're essentially per quarter missing out on 0.3% of returns by actually trading on this information. So for them, they would have been better off just ignoring this information entirely instead of trading on it. And this annualizes about 1 percentage point, or about half of the local advantage that we're documenting. So these results are indicating, and in comparison, you can show that if they have a good quality signal, it's more profitable for them to trade on it. So their actual returns are 1.5% than if they hadn't traded on it, which is about 1%. So for them, it is profitable to trade off of their local signals if they are of high quality ex ante. So what this shows is that investors are relying too heavily on their local information. They keep trading on it when it's of poor quality, even though they would be better off not trading on it at all. Again, that doesn't mean that local information is bad on average. I showed you in table 7, on average, it is profitable to trade off of your local signals. Investors could have just done better if they had selectively ignored their bad signals. And this is related to Haresh's comment before. We don't necessarily think this is because they're irrational, but potentially because it is costly to evaluate the quality of every single one of their local signals. They just decide, nah, it's just worth it to me. I'll just trade off of all of them. And I know that on average, I'll make a positive return. The last test that we've really talked about pretty extensively in the early part of my presentation is just showing that after investors gain access to this orbital insight data, they do start incorporating it into their trades. And in particular, we see that there is this increase in how much they respond to the contemporaneous firm level signal. And in particular, in the post period, they're only responding to that firm level signal. They're no longer incrementally responding to just their local signal. So this indicates that when an investor only has their noisy local signal, then they'll use that. But if they have a similar but less noisy firm level signal, they'll use that instead. So there are a couple caveats. Of course, we can't actually observe information people have, but we do infer that based on what information they're responding to. And we have a limited set of firms we look at, but the set of our institutional investors is the vast majority of the 13F institutional investor universe. So it does help us to understand how institutional investors broadly are responding to at least one type of local information. So just to conclude, the evidence of our study indicates that information about the performance of local stores is one source of local information advantage. Investors can trade profitably on this type of information. We also dig deeper into how they're using their local information, and we show that they tend to rely too heavily on their information, on their local information, and in particular, they continue to trade on poor quality local information signals, even though they would be better off not trading on them at all. So I think I'm basically out of time. So thank you so much for all of the comments and the questions. If you have other questions or comments that you didn't have time to ask, please feel free to email me, or you could put things in the chat and I'll look at them later. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So this brings us to the end of the 2020 JAR conference, but I will not let you go before I take the opportunity once more to thank all of the presenters and all of the authors that they gave us the opportunity to discuss their work, and of course all of the participants, you guys who I think made this conference very special, not just that it was online on Zoom. I hope you have not a good flight back, but I hope you have a good continuation with your semester. And I really hope to welcome you all again next spring in Chicago for the 2021 JAR conference. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the weekend. Bye.
Nice seeing you all.
Okay, everyone.
Stay safe.